Take your seats, councillors. Honorable alderwomen, aldermen, and councillors, due notice was given of this continuation council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our continuation council meeting by observing a moment of silence and prayer or meditation, please. Councillor Murage, moment of silence in prayer and meditation, please. Thank you. Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mashangwe and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairs of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents and public. I welcome you all to this continuation council meeting. Honorable councillors, let me, on behalf of the City of Tshwane, express words of condolences to the families and friends of the patrollers who were recently attacked and some killed at Merimi Informal Settlement in Soshanguve. May their soul rest in peace. Let me also wish those who survived the attack speedily recovery from their injuries. Honorable councillors, for purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. One, I will start with the Alderman C. Brink, DA, vacation leave. R. Mabusela, DA, study leave. S. Mutale, DA, provincial strategic planning. Alderman C. van der Heewe, DA, sick leave. G. Brettenberg, DA, sick leave. P. Mutimunye, DA, agent travel. P. Malope, ANC, family responsibility leave. V. Mabena, ANC, special leave. S. Tiane, ANC, ward commitment. T. Malefane, ANC, ward commitment. T. Matibedi, ANC, study leave. T. R. Mpatlele, DOP, party deployment. T. Malusi, Action SA, sick leave. J. Matasedi, COPE, family responsibility leave. I will now go to the councillors who arranged to arrive late. Alderman S. deploy, VF plus 11:30. MMC Aaron Maluleka, ANC 12 o'clock. Let's move to the councillors who request to leave early. J. Erasmus, VF plus, 18 hour. M. Erasmus, VF plus, 18 hour. Alderman A. Erasmus, VF plus, 12 hours. Lerato Machava, ANC, 15 hour. Joseph Makola, ANC, 1530. Thank you, Speaker. Those are the names that have been submitted and approved.
Thank you very much, MMC Ramabud.
No, just for clarity, maybe we are not clued up with how the chief whip's leave works. Vacation, do we have that vacation leave? Just for clarity, so that we know what to do, because it's my vacation. I mean, really, man. Can we be included? And I'm not trying to challenge the chief whip. I just want clarity so that next time we know what to do.
Okay.
Makwa ba ya vacationing who fenzel na duchi. La bereka makwa ba ya vacationing. Because makwa ba le treat us. I soka man.
Thank you very much, the chief whip. I think if he's willing to respond now, he can, or if he's willing to respond at a later stage, probably in a chief whippery meeting, then he can do that. It's up to him if he wants to respond now. Thank you. Then the response we'll get it from the whippery meeting. Thank you so much. Let's move on, councillors. Matters not considered by council on the 27th February 2025 as a result of adjournment in terms of section 23(1)(d) of rules and orders. Honorable councillors, during our council meeting on the 21st February 2025, and before the meeting could be adjourned, we were just about to consider the section 79 committee reports. Let us now proceed with our agenda. Yes.
Apologies, I might have been the necessity to define a leave. So I was looking to raise my hand on the matters of unopposed matters from the office of the Speaker, to ask that we have a moment of silence for what the tragedy that befell the people of Merimi in Soshanguve, and also allow parties maybe to pass words of condolences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is a valid point, but as for my side, this part, I was going to bring it on the next meeting. That was the plan. So can we then deal with it on the next meeting? Thank you so much. Where? Yes.
Speaker, could you check with your administration? The link 20 is offline, so we can't access your calendar or the documents.
All right, I think the IT is here. We'll be able to address that. Thank you. Yes, Executive DM.
So, sorry, Speaker, for delaying the meeting. I think it's important that you invite that other side to come to marry me as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely do that. For those who have got a problem in their laptops, can you please go to the front at the reception, just in front of the building? There is IT team there. they'll be able to assist for those who have got problem with their laptops. Thank you. Who? Where are you? Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Before we proceed with the meeting, can I kindly make an appeal to your good self? That councils are your meeting speaker. In case we have an agenda that we didn't dispose of, can you kindly prioritize other days so that we make a continuation meeting where we'll deal with agenda items thoroughly, so that we reserve a council day for the council agenda of that day? Please, I'm just saying in future, can you also prioritize other days where you can put the continuation meeting so that we deal with the agenda items thoroughly? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That is noted. Honourable Councillors, I will now call on the Chair of Chairs to submit to Council reports emanating from the Section 79 Committee for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Ngiyathokoza somlomo angilochise ubabethu uGegana, ngilochise ubabethu uwensiba ezibomvu ubaba usokhulumi angekho. Honorable Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit to Council reports from the following Section 79 committees for consideration, and as well as Annexure B for cognizance. Utility Service, 24th of January 2025. Corporate and Shared Services, 6th of February 2025. Integrated Development Planning, which is ITP, 11th of February 2025. Community Safety, from the 18th of February 2025. Economic Development and Spatial Planning, the 13th of February 2025. Roads and Transport, 11th of February 2025. Public Accounts, the 7th of February 2025. Honorable Speaker, I just want to put this clear again in this meeting that just last week, members of a certain party decided to walk out of a community safety meeting, Section 79 committee meeting. We are having this tendency, which is a very bad tendency in this council and this city, that people will think that whenever they walk out, there won't be a quorum formed in a meeting. So they then use that to say they will just walk out whenever they like and just go to media and say Section 79 portfolio committee meetings are not sitting. I just want to say this to everyone in this council. There's no one special in this council. We are all expected to be where we are deployed. Members are deployed in Section 79 portfolio committees, and they must be there and sit in those committees and sit until a committee is finished. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The reports are tabled.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Councillor Ace, what are you standing on?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just a point of information. There is some notion that the Finance Committee did not sit because of quorum as the DA walked out. I just want to state that that is factually incorrect, and the meeting was postponed by the chairperson after request from all parties, and the DA caucus only left after the meeting was postponed. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councillor.
In the same vein, I will urge the Chair of Chairs to look at the minutes of corporate and shared service and also of the rules and ethics and see who are absent even without leave there. I should encourage him to tell his own members of the ANC to start attending meetings. DA is holding quorums in meetings and making sure that oversight is being done. Visit those minutes and make sure that the members of the same party are present at all times, not even without a leave of absence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Chair of Chairs who wants to come in.
Honorable Speaker, ngesikhethu bathi ikuku ekekeze cange icanda ngelayo. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The first report, which is item A, from Section 79, Oversight Committee, Utility Services, 24th January 2024. Item 1, Water and Sanitation, Bulk Water and Wastewater Services Report on the City of Tshwane Wastewater Transmitted Work, Regular, Requirements and Monthly Influent Discharge, Quality Compliance. This report is on page 5 to page 29. Recommendations are on page 29. As recommended. Item 2, Water and Sanitation Department, Infrastructure Planning and Implementation Report on the calculations of non-revenue water and the measures in place. This report is on page 30 to 43. Recommendations are on 43 as recommended. Number 3, Water and Sanitation Department, Bulk Water Waste Water Services, City of Tshwane, Water Quality Report. This report is on page 44 to 56. Recommendations are on page 56 as recommended. Item 4, Water and Sanitation Department, Infrastructure Planning and Implementation. Report on the calculation of non-revenue water and measures in place to reduce NRW. This report is on page 57 to page 112. Recommendations are on page 112 as recommended. Item 5, Water and Sanitation Department, Quarter 4, SDBIP, Performance Report including CAPEX, spending for 2023-2024 financial year. This report is on page 113 to 124. Recommendations on 124. As recommended. Item 6, Water and Sanitation, Bulk Water and Water Waste Services Report on City of Tshwane Wastewater Treatment Works, Regulatory, a requirement and monthly influent discharge quality compliance. This report is on page 125 to 128. Recommendations are on 128 as recommended. Item 7, Water and Sanitation Department, Bulk Water and Wastewater Services, City of Tshwane Water Quality Report. This report is on page 129 to 136. Recommendations are on 136 as recommended. We move to B from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Corporate and Shared Services, 6 February 2025. Item 1, Governance and Support Services, Group Property Department, Quarter 4, 2023-2024, Performance Report. This report is on page 4 to 45. Recommendations are on page 5. As recommended. Item 2, Governance and Support Service Group Property, Quarter 1, 2024-2025, Performance Report. This report is on page 46 to 75. Recommendations are on 47. As recommended. Item 3, Governance and Support Service Group Property Department, Quarter 2, 2024-2025 Performance Report. This report is on page 76 to 112. Recommendations are on page 77. As recommended. 4, Group Legal and Secretariat Services Department, report on Q2 performance review. This report is on page 113 to 1 to recommendations are on 116. As recommended. Item 5, Group Human Capital Management, mid-term, July to December 2024-2025 financial year, progress report on the performance of the Group Human Capital Department. This report is on page 124 to 135. Recommendations are on 135. As recommended. C, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Integrated Development Plan, 11th February 2025. Item 1, Group Financial Services Department, report on the City Manager, grants and subsidies progress report for the period ended 30th July 2024. This report is on page 4 to page 33. Recommendations are on page 33 as recommended. 2, Group Financial Services Department, report on the City Manager's grant and subsidies progress report for the period ended 31st October 2024. This report is on page 34 to 65. Recommendations are on page 65 as recommended. Item D, Section 75 Oversight Committee, Community Safety, 18 February 2023. Office of the Speaker, the report on the inspection in loco for Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community Safety to Roslyn and Mabopane. This report is on page 5 to page 15 and recommendations are on page 15. And I've got a speaker on this item, which is Councillor M. Erasmus from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just to make, before I start with my speech, it's not Roslyn, it was to Garankua, just to fix that on the agenda. Thank you, Speaker, Councillors, and all protocol observed. I rise to bring to your attention a matter of concern regarding the Garankua fire station, which serves as a critical facility for the safety of our Tshwane residents. However, there are several glaring issues with the facility that demand immediate action and action from this Council. First, let us consider the most pressing issue. The property on which the Tshwane Emergency Services operates is not even located within the city of Tshwane. It's situated in northwest, outside of our municipal boundaries. This is not only our administrative oversight, but it also raises questions about the appropriateness of managing such an essential service from a location that is not even within our jurisdiction it is supposed to serve. The situation, one, weakens our ability to efficiently respond to emergencies within the city of Tshwane. Secondly, there is a severe lack of essential infrastructure at the Garankua fire station. This property is not equipped with electricity, which means our emergency services are unable to use the necessary equipment and communication systems. This is an appalling failure on the current administration, especially towards the administration, to provide the very tools our firefighters and emergency personnel needs to carry out their duties. Without this essential infrastructure, these officials cannot do their jobs properly, and lives are at risk. The situation is not only a logistical nightmare, but a glaring safety issue. Thirdly, we must address the safety of our officials working at the site. There are reports of 2 separate incidents where officials were held at gunpoint at the Garankua fire station, and this is deeply troubling. While there are a security guard on site, it is clear that the safety of our personnel is being compromised in an environment that is increasingly unsafe. This cannot be allowed to continue. Our emergency services workers deserve to be safe in an environment where they are tasked with responding to crises. The Council must take responsibility for ensuring that they are provided with safety and security and protected at the workplace. Additionally, the surrounding area of Garankuwa Fire Station is dormant, with little to no business activity. To further isolate the station and adds to the vulnerability of the personnel stationed there. A lack of commercial activity means there is little opportunity for the community to engage with or support the emergency services stationed there. It also leaves the station isolated from the local economy and contributes to a sense of disconnection from the areas it's meant to serve. Finally, the administration of the city is failing.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes is up. As recommended. Point of information.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to check. That is Harangua not demarcated in the city of Tshwane? Because I just had the latter councillor mention that the center there, it's outside the perimeters. It's actually in Northwest. And how true is that? Because I stay in Harangua. I'm sure you don't even know where Harangua is. And actually, zone 15 industrial areas. So don't come here and speak things that you do not know or that you are not aware of because of excitement. So I need that particular clarity, Speaker. Over to you.
Thank you very much, MMC Kutsie.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a point of correction. The community safety portfolio went to do a site visit. It still falls within Northwest, which is correct. But just a point of order. This is not the current government's problem. It's something that we're trying to solve as a city of Tshwane. It is a report that is going forward because it's got financial implications, and in the report it's clear what the recommendations is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matebula.
Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. On the issue of the fire station there in Garankuwa, Speaker, the information provided there, it's incorrect because they are saying there's no factories which are functioning in the area. We went there, we did our oversight, and we've seen factories are operating in that area. Secondly, Speaker, can I please be protected from these hooligans?
Councillors, I can hear your point of order. I'm still on a point of order here. Thank you, sir. I did allow you to speak. Can you allow him to speak? Thank you so much. Go ahead. I'll come back to you.
Speaker, the personnel which is there is being bullied by the chief of emergency. He's even giving them letters to state whether they want to move or they want to stay there. Others are refusing to leave there. They are saying that we are responding to calls in this area. If you take us to Mabopani, how are we going to respond into this area? We are requesting, Speaker, this council must be provided with a report of calls which are responded by that station and the event which was attended by that station, and also to put this council into confidence.
Chief Whip of the Opposition, there is a person who is giving a point of order. Matebula. Yes, he's on a point of order. Then after him is the councillor there at the back on a point of order. No, you can't call an order on an order. Allow the order to be finished and allow me to rule on it. Can you wrap up, Councillor?
Yes, Speaker. We do understand that there was a break-in in the station and there was a cable stolen there. Speaker, if there is a rat in your house, you can't move out of your house because there is a rat. You find ways of eliminating the rat. We are saying, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. You are making a speech now.
No, Speaker,
No,
I'm
thank you,
finalizing.
thank you, Councillor. You
I'm
can't
finalizing, Speaker.
Just finalize it.
Yeah, 30
Finish it.
seconds, I'll be done, Speaker. Speaker, we are saying the emergency service has got a responsibility to respond to an event or an emergency within a particular period or time. How long is it going to respond to an event or an emergency in Garankuwa when they are leaving Mabopane, Speaker? We have to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's come to you, sir. Listen here. Can I say this to all of you? You don't speak unless I say so. Can you just keep quiet, allow people to speak? We know that you have information that you have. Can you keep quiet until I point you to speak? Yes, Councillor, you may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's very interesting that the councillor is misleading this House now, not giving a full information. And also, is one of the councillors just leaving the meetings without apologies and discussing now matters that's already been discussed in a meeting. So it's very interesting that he's saying that now and not discussing it in a meeting himself. Thank you. So stop.
Thank you very much. Can we then move to I've got Councillor Matsibatila, I've got Councillor Subutana, then I come to you, Chief Whip. Oh, okay. Hey, there's many of you. Okay. Can you come in, Chief Whip of the opposition? What are you rising on, Chief Whip? Is it a point of order or a point of information? I ask, Chief Whip, is it a point of order or point of information? Okay.
Speaker, just check on my list that I have here. I've got only one speaker on this item, of which is Councillor Erasmus.
The reason why we are still speaking about this, there were point of orders that were raised by you this side. I had to respond on the point of orders, and there were lots that came from this one, counteracting on these ones. So we are not on a speech. The speech is done. Now there are point of orders that you have raised that I need to attend to. That is why we are still on this item. Thank you so much. The Chief Whip of the opposition.
Speaker, I want to agree with Chief Whip of Council. This debate must be taken to the Section 79, and they must go call reports there and discuss this there. Can we move on from this item, Speaker? Thank you very much.
Noted. Councillor Sibutsan.
Thank you, Speaker. It pains me, Speaker, to have to agree with the Chief Whip of the opposition. But I did want to implore your good self that this is an item of a Section 79 committee whose recommendations have been tabled to this House, and any other debate pertaining hereto must be taken to the Section 79 so that we can preserve the time of this House for the business of the day. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The report has been tabled and the speech has been given. Any other thing that is coming up, can it be taken to Section 79 as recommended? Item 2, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metro Police Department, a report on the issuing of parking permits, disc to councillors. This report is on page 16 to page 18. Recommendations are on page 18. As recommended. Item 3, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metro Police Department, departmental performance against the approved 2023-2024 SDBIP. This report is on page 19 to page 26. Recommendations are on page 26. As recommended, item 4, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, report on a financial performance on the department for the financial year 2024-2025 for the period ending 31st December 2024, quarter 2. This report is on page 27 to page 32. Recommendations are on page 32 as recommended. Community Safety, item 5, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, Division Business Operations Activities conducted in the city of Tshwane, quarter 2. This report is on page 33 to page 47. Recommendations are on page 47 as recommended. 6, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, Emergency Services Department monthly media activities, January 2025. This report is on page 48 to page 52. The recommendations are on 52. As recommended, item 7, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, progress report on the performance against SDBIP, and business plan for quarter 2, 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 53 to page 67. Recommendations are on 57. Item E from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Economic Development and Spatial Planning, 13 February 2025. Item 1, Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department report pertaining the demolition of orders issued to the city of Tshwane by the court. This report is on page 4 to page 8. Recommendations are on page 8, and I've got Councillor P. Mayor to speak on this item. Your 3 minutes is now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to touch on the problems that are actually highlighted in this report. And if we look at the list of demolition orders that have been obtained, it's only 5 demolition orders that have been obtained. Obviously, this has got to do with the courts as well, which is the next report that I'll touch on as well. And if you look at the time period, these demolitions orders were already issued since 2010. And I can tell you now that illegal buildings or buildings built without approved building plans are much more. I know about the challenges that the staff members of the Built Environment or Enforcement Department have to go out on site and go through the whole court process. But it's very interesting to note that the budget that they've been allocated is 500,000 rand, but now in this report they actually request for a budget of 10 million rand. Now I don't know if the 10 million rand required is in terms of these 5 demolitions orders that they want to execute, or whether this 10 million is just a thumbs up on future costs to be spent on other demolition orders that will be obtained in the future. I think the report just shows how incompetent we are actually as a city to enforce the bylaw in terms of the National Building Regulations Act. That we've only got 5 demolition orders since 2010 up to 2025, meaning 5 demolition orders in 15 years' time. I see in the recommendations they need to look at viable ways to actually address this issue. And Speaker, I hope the MMC for Economic Development and Spatial Planning listens, but there are alternatives to demolitions being done. That demolitions aren't done at the cost of the council. There are private companies that are willing to do demolitions of illegal buildings free of charge. And they will remove the rubble, and they will reuse it again. So there's a lot of these companies that are willing, they are actually asking for properties or buildings to be demolished, and they can reuse the material then. So I think this is one viable way that the committee should look into, and the administration should look into as well. Not only is it going to save the city a lot of money, but it's also going to give more teeth to the...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your 3 minutes has ended as recommended. Item 2, Economic Development and the Spatial Planning Department report on all properties listed for non-permitted land used from July 2024 to December 2024. This report is on page 9 to page 20. Recommendations are on 20. I've got Councillor Mayor again on this one. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The issue of non-permitted land uses is a long issue that's long outstanding and needs to be addressed now. Speaker, I'm quite certain that the number of non-permitted land uses listed in the report are just a few in terms of the non-permitted land uses citywide. And I would actually like to see where these are specifically located. It is stated in the report, but I can tell you that this is maybe 1% of the non-permitted land uses. And we'll see in the budget later as well that the city also relates in the budget on revenue from non-permitted land uses, where it means that the rates and taxes are increased because of the properties not used for the purposes that they are zoned. We've only got a half a year's non-permitted land uses listed here. The problem always is, Speaker, that these non-permitted land uses are recorded by the Spatial Planning and Economic Development Department, and then it's sent through to valuations, and then it's sent through to finance. But we never know if these non-permitted land uses and the valuations and the proposed increases in rates and taxes is implemented by finance. So I think the MMC and the department, they should take note and look into it, that the department make sure that the non-permitted land uses are actually raised, that we get the revenue from that. So there should be communication between this department and the finance department to see that the action that we've implemented is actually, that we've started is implemented as well. So we're losing out a lot of money as a city, so we must do a full circle, not work in silos again. There must be communication between the different departments that we make sure that differential rates that are implemented or action that are actually implemented so that we can receive the money. And this will also, once the message is out there that we actually do get differential rates and implement them, that we get the money as well. That will stop all these illegal land uses. Thanks a lot, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, F, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Roads and Transport, 11 February 2025. Item 1, Road and Transport Department, Quarter 1, Performance Report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, business plan, as well as the performance against the milestones set on the department's capital projects. This report is on page 5 to page 58. Recommendations are on 7. As recommended, item 2, Roads and Transport Department Quarter 1 Financial Report on approved 2024-2025 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework. This report is on page 58 to page 62. Recommendations are on page 62. As recommended, Item 3, Road and Transport Department 2022-2023 Audit Progress. This report is on page 63 to page 66. Recommendations are on page 66 as recommended. Item 4, can I hear that? Yes, please, it's important. Item 4, Roads and Transport Department report on the responsibility for road maintenance in estate and gated communities. This report is on page 67 to 70. Recommendations are on page 70 as recommended. Item 5, Road and Transport Department report on the Oversight Committee on Provincial Projects by the Gauteng Department on Road and Transport in the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 71 to page 74. Recommendations are on page 74 as recommended. Item 6, Road and Transport 2023-2024 Audit Progress. This report is on page 75 to 83. Recommendations are on 83 as recommended. Item 7, Road and Transport Department, Tshwane Bus Services Division. A comprehensive report on the current cost of security services covered by AMPU for the Bronkhorstspruit Depot and any sister depots. This report is on page 84 to 86. Recommendations are on page 86 as recommended. Item 8, Road and Transport Department report on the Memorandum of Understanding with the province relating to roads maintenance, smart mobility. This report is on page 87 to 127. Recommendations are on 89 as recommended. Item 9, Road and Transport Quarter 2 Financial Report on Approval 2024-2025 Medium-Term Revenue and Expenditure Framework. This report is on page 128 to 131. Recommendations are on 131 as recommended. Item 10, Roads and Transport Department, Roads and Transport Quarter 2 Performance Report on the implementation of service delivery and budget implementation. This report is on page 132, 163, recommendations 134. As recommended, item G, from the Section 79, a standing committee, public accounts, February 7th, 2025. Group Financial Services Department, Budget Office Division, Local Government, Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in-year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for period ending 30th September 2024. This report is on page 6 to page 41. Recommendations are on page 13. On this item, I've got Councillor D.S. Twala from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Are you there, Mr. Twala? Press the button. Thank you.
Speaker, it's item 4, not item 1.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. You speak on item 4, ne? My apologies. As recommended. 2, Group Financial Services Department Progress Report, implementation of MFMA Circular number 113 regarding the Web Enable Audit Action Plan. This report is on page 42 to page 56. Recommendations are on 56 as recommended. 3, Office of the City Manager Department status report on the resolution of the issued material irregularity findings for the month ending 31st October 2024. This report is on page 57 to 63. Recommendations are on 63. Item as recommended. Item 4, Road and Transport Department, annual performance of Wonderbom National Airport in the 2023-2024 financial year. This report is on page 64 to page 91. Recommendations are on page 91. I've got Councillor D.S. Twala from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Speaker. The report before us contains material inaccuracies which might have legal implications should this item be passed as is by Council. If you look at page 75.6, which speaks to the restoration of revenue from the sale of aviation fuel, the document says, and I quote, fuel bay at the airport has been established and equipped by BPA, in which June 2018 was appointed by the city to continue providing fuel until December 2018. Chair, the problem with that is that if you look at the recommendation, it says the plan is to appoint BPA through deviation to provide wholesale and retail aviation fuels at the airport, and 2, to invest on the rehabilitation of the aircraft fueling infrastructure and equipment, etc. Speaker, there are some issues that arise from these 2 recommendations and points in the report. The first one is that the tender, which has expired in 2018, has never since been renewed. The second point is that BPA has stopped operating in South Africa since April 2023. Point number 3 is that there's currently a public participation which is ongoing to decide the future of the airport, which residents have been, through your office, been encouraged to be involved in. And then point number 4, if you look at section 36 of the MFMA, the deviation allows deviation under specific circumstances and conditions which the report would not meet. So therefore, Speaker, I would like to add an additional recommendation, which would be point 8 in the additional recommendations, which is that the long-term contracts for the fuel and related activities at the airport be put to the open market as per throughput model, which allows for the market to dictate the fuel prices on a supply and demand model, and that all an RFQ and an RFI be issued by supply chain to ensure fair practices that would allow for the airport to realize income generation from fuel sales. It is proposed by myself, Councillor D.S. Twala, and proposed by Councillor D, and seconded by Councillor D. Falkinson. Thank you, Speaker.
Are you still writing the recommendation? A chair of chairs.
Speaker, you know, just a point of information, journalists sit there in the gallery. They don't sit in council. And for recommendations to be added, there are Section 79 committee meetings. That's where you can do that. For this one, I won't allow it, Speaker. Thanks.
Point of information.
All Section 79 committees are committees of council. They are established by council and the chairpersons appointed by council. That is why they bring their reports here. We are allowed to make recommendations. And I don't know if Chair of Chairs, there is a reference that he can point to us that says we are prohibited as council to correct the work of our own committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me say the recommendations are allowed to be done on Section 79 reports. So let's allow these recommendations, then we'll see if it's working. But it seems he's still writing the recommendation. Can we then move to another items? He's still writing the recommendation. Councillor Ratukwan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. It seems that the recommendation is not ready. So we need to just vote on this, because even if they bring that recommendation, we're going to vote it out. because they know where to submit those recommendations in committees, so that we can deal with these things at the committee level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we are going to do, we are going to continue with the items while we are waiting for the recommendations. We are not going to wait for it for 2 years. Can I park this report? I'm going to come back to it. Let's move to item 5, Group Financial Service Department, Treasurer Office, Creditors Age Analysis as at 30th September 2024 for the city. Reports, it's on page 92 to 96. Recommendations are on 96. As recommended. As recommended. Oh, okay, your hands is up, TM.
Apologies, Speaker. I see you are trying to be diplomatic and run a meeting in a wonderful fashion. But I think this is a continuation, and we are giving grace for waiting for the recommendation. I think it's unfair. It's unfair, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TM. Hence I'm saying, let's move on with the agenda. We can come back to that report when the recommendation is there. I don't know why it was not written. We are moving. We can't vote on something that I haven't received. Yes, MMC.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to make a request that maybe you allow them to take that report back, because clearly the recommendations are not ready. Because if we want to move with that fashion, you're going to create problems even for yourself. That people can just come into council and just throw in things that they want them to, for us to consider without having gone through a proper process. That councillor is correct. These are reports of Section 79 reports are reports of council, but they must go and sit in those committees before they come here. So that report, we can't entertain that. We move it, Speaker, for your own good as well, because it means anyone can just come in here and sponsor recommendations without having followed proper procedure. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MMC. Can I then read the recommendation, then we move on? Councillors, I'm reading the recommendations. Then you vote on it if you don't like it. I'm not going to make shortcuts here. Thank you. The long-term contract, fuel and related activities be put to the opening market as per throughput model, which would allow the market to detect the fuel prices on the supply and demand model, and that an RFQ or RFI be issued by SCM to ensure fair practices, proposed by Councillor D. Twala and seconded by D. Ferguson, as amended. Okay, thank you very much. Let's divide the house. Yeah, let's divide the house. Those who are for the amendments, those who are for the amendment, Thank you. Thank you. May lawyer hands. Those who are against. Are you done? Please put your hands down. You may put your hands down. Those who abstain, we've got one. Those who are for 70, those who are against 102, abstain 1. As recommended. Let's move to item 5. Group Financial Services Department, Treasurer Office, Creditors Age Analysis as the 30th September 2024 for this. Yes, MMC.
I think there was a disruption. You must repeat it. 70-102. So that our day must be short. Because it looks like people are living in their dream and something. 70-102. That's it.
Thank you very much. Against 102, for 70. Can we then move to item 5? As we didn't deal with item 5. We dealt with item 5. Okay, item 6, Group Financial Services Department Progress Report, Implementation of MFMA Circular number 113 regarding the Web-Enabled Audit Action Plan, July 2024. This report is on page 98 to 111. Recommendations are on page 111. As recommended, 7, Group Financial Services, Financial Report and Assets, submission of annual financial statement on the 2023-2024 financial year. This report is on page 112 to page 251. Recommendations are on 117 as recommended. Item 8, Health Department report on the construction of a new Lusaka clinic as of December 2024. This report is on page 252 to page 268. The recommendations are on page 268 as recommended. Office of the Office of the Executive Mayor Department, Office of the Executive Mayor Department, Quarter 1, Office of the Executive Mayor Performance Report. This report is on page 269 to 271. Recommendations are on 271 as recommended. Item 10, Office of the Speaker, Municipal Public Accounts Committee, MPEC, Consolidated Mid-Term Performance Report for period 1st July 2024 to 31st December 2024. This report is on page 272 to page 304. Recommendations are on 379 as recommended. 11th, Office of the Speaker Department, Office of the Speaker, Quarter 1 Performance Report on the 2023-2024 financial year. This report is on page 305. 319, recommendations 319. As recommended. Item 12, Office of the Chief Whip, report on expenditure and performance of the Office of the Chief Whip for Q1 of the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 320 to page 325. Recommendations are on page 325. As recommended. Item 13, Office of the City Manager Department status report on the resolution of the issuing material irregularity findings and at 31st December 2024. This report is on page 326 to page 334. Recommendations are on 334. As recommended. Honorable Councillors, Honorable women, and honorable men, aldermen, councillors, you have 30 minutes in total to discuss Annex B. B, Section 79, Standing Committee Petition. Then item 1, Office of the Speaker, petition from residents regarding service delivery at Palapala Street, Mahube Valley, Extension 3, Ward 17, Region 6, under Councillor SP Lekala. This report, I've got to speak on this item. AA Erasmus. Your 3 minutes. Yeah. Just press it once, please.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, esteemed colleagues and guests, it is with deep concern that I address this matter today. The report before us clearly highlights a troubling reality. Tshwane municipality officials regularly fail to attend petitions portfolio meetings, to engage with residents on petitions they submit. This is not just an administrative oversight. It is a direct disregard for the voices of the people we serve. It is unacceptable when officials neglect their duties to respond to petitions within the 90-day time frame and fail to attend Section 79 petitions meetings. By doing this, they are actively infringing upon the rights of our residents, particularly those rights enshrined in Section 17 of our Constitution, which states that everyone has the right to present petitions. This means that residents have a constitutional right to raise their concerns through petitions, and Tshwane municipal officials have a duty to acknowledge, engage with, and respond to these petitions. When officials fail to do so, they are not just ignoring administrative processes, they are undermining a fundamental democratic right. The DA insists that the Speaker of Council, Chair of Chair, and the Chair of Petitions Committee take urgent steps to hold these officials accountable and ensure that the committee work is not obstructed by those who refuse to fulfill their responsibilities. Furthermore, we believe it is high time that this committee is empowered with the authority to subpoena officials, ensuring that non-compliance leads to swift consequence management and disciplinary action. The people of Tshwane deserve a government that listens, responds, and acts with urgency. The DA will not relent in demanding accountability, transparency, and respect for the rights of our citizens. Our residents' voices matter, and we will ensure that they are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. B1. B1. Wake up. Are you still? I'm on Annex charts. I need your response. B1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Thank you very much, councillors. Honourable councillors, I have received questions from Alderman J. Duploy, Councillor PWW, Mayor, NC Pesco, ON Matsibadila, and Alderman C. Brink in terms of Section 10(1)B of Rules and Orders. And these questions were referred to the Executive Mayor for response. Executive Mayor, you were given these questions to respond. Are you responding how? Okay.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to colleagues. I can confirm, Speaker, that all the responses were dispatched to the relevant councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Motion or proposal deferred from previous meeting of the 30th January 2025, there is none. New motions, there is none. Petition, honourable councillors, any petitions? There are petitions, please submit them. Any other matter not contained in the notice of the meeting at the discretion of the Speaker, there is none. Councillors, honourable councillors, I thank you for your valuable input during this meeting, and the meeting is concluded. Now, what we are doing, we are going to take a short break. You go out and register for the next meeting, and we are coming back at 12:10. Thank you very much. I'll see you then. This meeting is adjourned. Iman, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? You want to go now to do the registration and also take lunch at the same time? Pardon me? We come back at 12 and continue, or we go for break. Nifunani kanye kanye. 12 o'clock, I'm giving you the time. We come back in 30 minutes. We're coming back here. Thank you so much. 30 minutes, we are back. Thank you. How many of them? Councillors, please take your seats so that we continue with our meeting. Councillors, we are starting our meeting. Can you please take your seats? So what do I read? Could potentially this sentence is for here. In Ghana, so in other words, we see the credit policy, it's out, or according, it's out. So outstanding amounts. Thank you very much. Can we start now? Honorable alderwomen, aldermen and councillors, due notice was given on this ordinary council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our ordinary council meeting by observing a moment of silence and prayer or meditation. There is one thing that I'm not going to tolerate for this house to be disrespected. I ask you, councillors, to sit down.
Speaker, has the meeting commenced? Because I'm worried about time. Remember, you have 20 minutes to start the meeting.
We're starting now. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, take your seats. May we now begin with our ordinary council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. Councillor Omengenyao, we are observing a moment of silence and meditation. Thank you. I worship the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this ordinary council meeting. Honorable councillors, for the purpose of informing council and as far as leave of absence for councillors from the ordinary council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The following councillors has been approved in line with our city processes in inquiring leave of absence. I'll start with an Alderman Sebring, DA, vacation leave. R. Mabusela, DA, study leave. S. Mutale, DA, provincial strategic planning. Alderman C. van der Jewe, DA, sick leave. G. Brattenberg, DA, sick leave. P. Mutumunye, DA, agent travel. P. Petros Malope, ANC family responsibility. V. Mabena, ANC special leave. S. Yani, ANC ward commitment. T. Malefane, ANC ward commitment. T. Matibeli, ANC study leave. T. R. Mpatele, DOP party deployment. T. Malosi, Action SA, sick leave. J. Matasedi, COPE family responsibility leave. I will now move to the councillors who are going to arrive late. Alderman S. deploy VF plus 11:30. And then Alderman Aaron Maluleka, ANC, 12:30. Yeah. Councillors request to leave early. B. Erasmus, VF plus, 18 hour. M. Erasmus, VF plus, 18 hour. Alderman A. Erasmus, VF plus, 12 hour. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Those are the leave approved by myself with the powers that delegated to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's move on. Can you please switch off your mic, Chief Whip? Switch off your mic, Chief Whip. Switch off your mic.
Oh.
Thank you. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 3 and 4 of our agenda was received from the leader of the executive business on the 20th of March 2023 and delivered to the SharePoint on the 20th of March 2023. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the executive mayor will also speak on these items when she submits her reports to us today. U20 activation by communication, marketing, and events. Honorable councillors, the information and a small token placed on your desk is placed by CME in activation of U20 in council. The department also requested to present a video for which is not longer than 3 minutes, which is meant to urge you to be an active participant and educate your constituency about the city of Tshwane's co-hosting of the U20. I have allowed the request, and I will now give to the communication team opportunity to share the video with us. Communication team. Councillor Makhaleni.
Speaker, we want to check, man, because there is a thing of spaza closing and whatnot, and every council there are suites here. They don't come from that spaza closing initiatives. Every time there are suites here. We start to suspect that they are taken from those spaza operations.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I mention something that you might not realize? If you are not using your desk, in YouTube you appear as the person that is registered where you are sitting. Like, for instance, Chief Whip of the Opposition is sitting on the seat of Alderman Brink. So on YouTube you appear as such. So please be careful. Thank you very much. Now I'll allow the communication team to continue with the video. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. As the Executive Mayor of Tshwane and co-chair of the U20 South Africa, I am deeply honored to represent our city on this global platform. The U20 initiative is a critical space for cities to collaborate, share innovative solutions, and address the pressing challenges of our time, including climate change, sustainable development, and economic resilience. Tshwane's roles as co-chair of U20 South Africa underscores our commitment to driving transformative change, not only within our city, but across the African continent. Together with our partners, C40 cities and United Cities and local government, we are working to ensure that cities are at the forefront of global efforts to create a sustainable and equitable future. The City of Tshwane has implemented groundbreaking initiatives to promote sustainability, including the rollout of renewable energy projects, waste management programs, and water conservation strategies. Our goal is to reduce the city's carbon footprint while ensuring access to essential resources for all residents. Hosting the U20 Sherpa meeting in June 2025 is a pivotal moment for Tshwane and cities worldwide. This gathering will bring together urban leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders to shape the discourse on critical global issues such as climate resilience, sustainable urban development, and inclusive economic growth. It is an opportunity for cities to assert their role as key drivers of change and to advocate for policies that prioritize local action and innovation. In September, at the U20 Mayoral Summit, I will join mayors from across the globe to present the outcomes of the Sherpa meeting and amplify the collective voices of cities. This summit is a platform to demand that the global world addresses the urgent challenges faced by urban centers, including the need for increased funding, capacity building, and recognition of cities as essential partners in achieving global goals. As co-chair of U20 South Africa, I am committed to ensuring that priorities of cities are reflected in global agendas. Together, we can build a future that is resilient, inclusive, and prosperous for all.
Thank you very much. I think we need to give the co-chair of U20 the round of applause for bringing this to us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we then move on? Number 3 on unopposed, the establishment of ward committees. Honourable councillors, today we celebrate and announce a significant milestone in the history of Tshwane, the city of Tshwane, which is the successful establishment of ward committees in all 107 wards. This achievement marks an important step forward in strengthening local democracy and ensuring that our communities have a direct voice in municipal affairs. It is important to reflect on the fact that for nearly a decade, the city did not have ward committees. These councillors deny our residents a crucial platform for engagement and their participation in decision-making. The establishment of these ward committees is not just an administrative process, it is a cornerstone of participatory democracy as outlined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, and provisions of the Municipal Systems Act and Municipal Structures Act, which emphasize the importance of public participation in local governments. Ward committees serve as a vital link between the municipalities, the communities and the municipality, empowering citizens to contribute to the decisions that directly affected their lives. Honourable councillors, as we move forward, let us ensure that these communities function effectively, providing a meaningful platform for community engagement and fostering a culture of accountability, transparency, and inclusive governance. This is not just a statutory obligation. It is a commitment to serving our people and strengthening the democratic values upon which our city and country are built. Item 4 on the unopposed, councillors' quarterly meetings. Honourable councillors, the Office of the Speaker has noted with great concern that there are ward councillors in the city of Tshwane that fail to convene quarterly meetings with their constituencies. Councillors are elected to represent their communities on municipal council. They are therefore accountable to their respective communities. If councillors fail to convene a required quarterly meeting, it can lead to a governance crisis, potentially dispute, service delivery protest, and litigation, and could result in intervention from the provincial government as the Municipal Structures Act mandates that councils must meet at least quarterly. The Speaker is responsible for calling these meetings, and if they fail to do so, it could be considered a breach of their duty and could face consequences depending on the local government rules and regulations. I therefore plead with all ward councillors to please adhere to the relevant legislative requirements and convene meetings with the constituency at least once a quarter. I'll also plead to caucus leaders and party whips to ensure that their councillors adhere with the above mentioned. I will be writing to the Chief Whip of Council on a quarterly basis where I will report all the councillors that have failed to convene their required quarterly meetings as per approved council schedule. Request by councillors, which is item 5, request by councillors, Wellness Committee. Honourable councillors, I have received a request from the councillors, Wellness Committee through the Office of the Chief Whip to deliver a health-related speech as part of the March theme of Human Rights Month, with emphasis of the rights of people living with disability. I have allowed such a request, and I will afford Alderman T.E. Mabusela and Councillor C. Bilson 5 minutes to speak on the human rights of people living with disability. Alderwoman Mabusela and Councillor Bilson, that 5 minutes starts now. Wait, who's speaking? It seems both of you are pressing the button. Okay, press it, Councillor Bilson. All right.
It's not on? Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Speaker and fellow councillors. The Wellness Committee of the City of Tshwane was established in 2017 to promote the well-being of councillors. Our role is not to provide counselling directly, but to put the right structures in place to support councillors. Our key example of a partnership with LIRA, a professional wellness service offering confidential support to issues like stress, trauma and burnout. The current committee members are Alderman Yolanda Mabusela, Councillor Dion Harmse, Councillor Rebecca Muchusi, and Councillor Oscar Mulosi. Sorry, Councillor. We are committed to ensure that wellness is run over into our new how we serve, supporting councillors so we can better serve our communities. Thank you for recognising and taking care of yourselves, helping us to take better care of the city.
Thank you very much. Are you coming in, Councillor? Okay. Continue with the remaining time.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Chief of Council, Honourable Alderman, Alderwoman, Councillors, it is with a heavy heart to start reading this speech, while noting that the people of Merrimee and the 6 deceased that were killed in the line of duty as patrollers has lost their life and has lost their right to live. Noting that, allow me just to read the scripture from Matthew 2:18, when it says, "In Ramah there was a voice heard, lamentation and weeping of great mourning. Rachel is weeping for her children and will not be comforted because they are no more." Yesterday we saw mothers weeping for their children because they are no more. Speaker, those people's rights are also human rights. Honourable Speaker, let me speak on the paper that is before me. The white paper on the rights of persons with disability was approved by Cabinet on the 9th of December 2015. The foundation of this white paper was laid by socio-political activists with disabilities, who are, after an extensive community-based consultative process, adopted the Disability Rights Charter for South Africa in 1992. This was a call for action for government, civil society, the private sector to work together to ensure that socio-economic inclusion of persons with disabilities. You will agree with me, councillors, that disability awareness and sensitization workshops should be ongoing programs to ensure the successful integration of persons with disabilities into society and workplace. The aim of this program must be to equip employees and employers to skills and knowledge required to interact with disability with confidence. In the city of Tshwane, approximately 184,434 people live with some of these disabilities. And the prevalence of disability is higher amongst females than males. A significant number of disability face challenges in accessing formal education, with some unable to attend schools due to discrimination, stigma, and cultural bias. Speaker, the unemployment rate of persons with disability in South Africa is estimated to exceed 90%, approaching 100% in the rural areas. Learning more about people with disability in the workplace make it easier for co-workers to understand what is a disabled person goes through, the challenges they face daily. The South African government is actively embracing disability through legislation, policies, and with initiative aims at promoting equality, inclusion, and empowerment for people with disability, including the SASSA Disability Grant. The white paper on the rise of persons with disability and the employment equity plan, departments and regions in the city have set a target for 2% of total persons employed to be people with disability. The city of Tshwane is failing in this regard. Fellow councillors, we as the multi-councillors, wellness ambassadors, and the office of the chief whip of council have taken up the task of sensitizing all City of Tshwane councillors of the difficulty of hearing deaf disability segments for the 2025 calendar year. This is the third highest category of disability in the City of Tshwane, 20% with sight disability being the highest, 32 followed by physical disability, which is 30. It is also the disability we as councillors of Tshwane can actively participate in by learning the South African Sign Language. President Ramaphosa signed into law the South African Sign Language Bill on the 19th of July 2023, which officially made sign language in South Africa the 12th official language. The difficulty of hearing deaf community is made up of people who may identify as deaf, deaf-blind, deaf-disabled.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman. Your 5 minutes is up. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next item on unopposed. The councillors' municipal accounts. Honorable councillors, I wish to bring to your attention an important matter that was addressed by this council on the 30th August 2024 regarding the municipal accounts of councillors that remain in arrears. It is important to emphasize that any councillor who is in arrears for more than 90 days, it's in breach of 14 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors as it outlined in the Structures Amendment Act 3 of 2021. As public representative, we have a duty to ensure that arrangements are made to settle any outstanding amount owed to the city. If you fail to settle your account or make the necessary arrangement, it could potentially result in a deduction from your salary directed towards payment of the arrears. Honorable councillors, we are entrusted with leadership responsibilities, and I urge each of you to act with integrity by ensuring that your property rates, water, and electricity accounts are up to date. Let us lead by example and hold the values of accountability and good governance. Thank you very much, councillors, for listening on that one. Can I then now, before we move to another item and come back to what Councillor Makhaleni raised earlier on? Yes, Chief Whip of the opposition party.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Before we get to that issue, a very sensitive issue, we want to raise something under this unopposed motion to the executive mayor. That there's a trend that we are not liking, and we want to make it very clear that the Democratic Alliance will not stand for this. Some of the MMCs that are deployed to regions are starting to behave in a manner that is unbecoming, Speaker. We want to make it very clear that ward councillors are elected and they're the custodians of wards. And MMCs in regions that are deployed by the mayor must respect those ward councillors. There is a trend that MMCs are telling officials not to share information with ward councillors. We are saying that must come to an end. Ward councillors have the right to inform their communities, and they must be afforded that space. We are in a possession of a letter of an official that has been suspended because he shared information. But we just want to verify those issues. Speaker, that is wrong, and the mayor must call his MMCs to order, especially those ones that he belongs to in the same political party. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kafana. Chairperson Kafana, you raised your hand. Please press.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, on a point of order, I see that the opposition who had no idea what the job of being an MMC is, are having difficulty finding out what a ward councillor is.
Councillor, hold on. Noted. Chief Whip of the Opposition. Chief Whip of the Opposition. When you were speaking, everybody was listening.
Yeah.
No, when you were speaking, people were listening. Can you please do the same? Thank you. Okay, continue, Councillor Chairperson Makafana.
As I was saying, Speaker, they failed at being MMCs, so they're very surprised at how the current MMCs are working. But we encourage them to continue doing the amazing work they're doing of trying to learn from scratch what to be a ward councillor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I have Councillor Rampil at the end? No. Councillor Rampil first, then you. No, it's him first, then you. Councillor Rampil.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad today they've realized that they've been interjecting on our ward. They've got PR councillors who are all over, who are clumsy though. They come to our ward, have public meetings. They've been doing this, the DA. And I don't think the DA, there are relevant parties that can come to council and raise these questions. Because this is exactly what they are doing in our ward. I can tell you, go to all service delivery portal where we escalate matters. You will see all PR councillors of DA being part of the service delivery. I don't know which service are they delivering where they are not ward councillors. I think this they need to start with their own PR councillors to stop.
Thank you very much. Chief Whip of the Opposition. Chief Whip of the Opposition. When you start something and then people are responding, don't ask what is this. You started to complain about the no, don't do that. You started to complain about the MMCs. They are counteracting, complaining about other members. So don't say, what is this? You started it. Okay, Councillor Masilela, there's a point of order for Councillor Masilela. I'll come back to you. I will come back to you. Councillor Masilela. Noted, Councillor.
Okay. No, Chairperson, thank you. But Speaker, thank you very much. Norman, the order is on that chapter. I don't know that councillor, the Councillor Mahlabatini or whatever. That he Mahlabatini. Yeah. Gona logo. Oguti, he can't come here today, Chair, and want to lecture us about systems of governance when he knows damn well that during their own tenure, they failed to do that. We have been fighting their MMCs, coming into our wards forcefully, trying to create an impression that they're doing something when they were doing literally nothing. And then now he tells us that there's he tells us that there's an official that is being suspended. When they suspended officials, black professionals for that matter, leveling charges against them, when they knew that they shielded officials that were linked to the corruption of the DA. Today we're trying by all means to rectify and correct their ills and the mess that they created. So that man must keep quiet. He must understand that he had an opportunity to lead the city and created a mess in the last 8 years. They will never smell power ever again as long as we are here.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to take the last two hands on this. Then this is unopposed. This is unopposed. So I'm going to take that hand and this hand, then we move on. This is unopposed. Each or it unopposed. And if you need crash or preschool to learn that, learn it. Let's go to preschool. I pick Iswa. But Councillor come in, then Councillor Machalen, then we close it. Councillor? Ima, let me open for you. Yes, Councillor Flourish.
Speaker, thank you. No, Speaker, just a point of order. There is an unbecoming trend amongst the opposition to make allegations without evidence. And I would like to inform residents when things are said to request evidence so that you know what the facts are. Thank you.
Councillor Makhaleni, we are closing this with you.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I would just like to advise Councillor Mpati that he should indulge Section 80 of Structures Act that empowers the executive mayor to establish Section 80 committees, which are chaired by the MMCs, and also the city model on RCFs. It empowers PR councillors also to also participate in those forums. Hence, we are part of those portals that he is complaining about. We have not complained about anyone because we also have voters in each and every single ward in the city. We have a responsibility to represent them, and we will continue to represent them. The systems of the city are empowering us also to be part of the RCFs.
Thank you very much. Can we, councillors, can we? Yes, the point of order. I only ask Councillor Masilela to speak, not all of you.
Chairperson, which constitution does this country have to have 2 or 1 which become the supreme law of the country? In this instance, each and every ward, or before we even get there, just to educate him a bit, political parties in their very nature contest for state power. That's the first argument or the first reason of their existence. Then whichever political party that wins in this context, we win the wards. We then, by design of the law, become the only supreme public representatives of everybody in the community by law. By law. So your people, their people, now let me educate you, man.
Thank you very much.
You do fast.
Thank you.
Let me educate you, do fast.
Thank you, Councillor Masilela. Thank you.
You bloody morons.
Thank you, Councillor.
No, let me educate these morons.
Councillor Masilela, don't go there. Councillor Masilela.
No, let me educate these morons.
Councillor Masilela, stand down. Thank you very much. Leader of the executive.
You are a moron.
Councillor Masilela, stand down.
You are a buffoon.
Councillor Masilela, stand down, please. Thank you. Alderman Malulega.
Yeah. No, we are not dissolving. Can we be listened to? Yeah, we are not dissolving anything. Allow us to lead as well. We want to lead you. But Speaker, we are not going to beg to lead them. We are leading them anyway. Whether they like it or they don't like it, we are leading them. Speaker, my point that I want to talk to, it's very unfortunate, and the councillor at the back was very correct with regard to allegations that are not substantiated. This government, when it inquires on a bad behavior, it's enough for an employer to do that. Brink's ego made him to fire 2 officials for their comments on Facebook about his incompetence. Therefore, juxtapose the two and tell me who's draconian in approach on dealing with bad behavior of workers. I'm leaving it for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we move on? Yeah. Can we then move on? Now we are coming to a point where we give our condolences to our fallen heroes in Merimi, in Soshanguve. We were there with the Premier yesterday, and the MMCs also were there. The Mayor and the Deputy Mayor were there. And as it was indicated, next time, opposition party, don't make things political. When people are dead, just join us. Let us be one city and celebrate. Now, we are going to give speeches. We'll start with the ANC. Yes, Councillor Ace. We are starting the speeches. We are not discussing this. Don't say wait. Don't tell me wait. Councillor Ace. Then are you saying you must, or you are a chief whip? I'm a speaker. I'm the speaker. You wait for me to call you. I'm the speaker. And if you are a chief whip, you are a chief whip there. Here, I'm the speaker. I'm chairing the meeting. I tell you when to speak. So don't disrespect me. I'm not talking to you. I'm not really talking to you. Give the point of order that you want to raise.
Yeah, Speaker, you withdraw the issue of saying that the opposition parties were not at the memorial. We had councillors that were present there. It is unfounded for you to say what you just said.
Let me respond. Okay, thank you. Let me respond. Chief Whip. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Listen, councillors. What I'm saying, wait, Councillor, please. Chief Whip of the opposition. I've never, Naman Makhalen. I'm talking to your leader. Do you even respect him? I'm talking to your leader. Chief Whip of the opposition. I never said you didn't attend the memorial. I said, let us all once in a while become a unity. Go to where we are needed. As I never said DA didn't go there. I said, let us be one united front in front of the people, in front of the members that we are serving. Thank you very much. Can we go ahead with the speeches, ANC? ANC, who's speaking? No one is speaking from the ANC. We are not discussing this. We are not discussing this. ANC, no one. DA, kulumani kaloku guys. ANC.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we send our heartfelt condolences to the families of all those who lost their lives in Merrimee. It's very painful that they lost their lives in the line of duty where they were protecting rights of other people in the month of human rights. The book of Acts, chapter number 18, verse 10, will then say, let those who are pain, who have pain run to the Lord as He is closer to those. Speaker, it's very painful that in Africa, there are people that are expecting to be invited to a funeral. I've never seen an invite to a funeral, but we will therefore ask for funeral arrangements, funeral funeral details. Yeah, you will say, yeah, because you are a black man trapped in you are a white man trapped in a white man's body. Mina ngilindebele mfana kagogo ngibuye eBhosa. And ngeBhosa asizenza into enzenza kwezi asiloko sikholela kukhulunywa ngabantu abaleleko egade balwela impilo zabantu. Aninamahloni bafana bakagogo. Mara kasilise leyo. We will ask for funeral details and we'll make sure that we share with everyone in this council. Thank you very much, Speaker, for going there along with the executive mayor and all the executive members yesterday and the premier himself. We really appreciate that you represented us very well, and we hope that the families will find sympathy in your words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, TA.
Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we want to send condolences to the families of the patrollers who lost their lives when they were trying to make their communities safe. And more so, we want to also wish the speedy recovery to the injured ones and but more so, Speaker, we want to also appeal to the communities that in these difficult times, let us hold our hands together and support the families and ensure that we participate and cooperate with the law enforcement agencies that are busy with their investigations so that all of the perpetrators or those who are behind this barbaric and very cruel activity can be brought to books. Hence, we appreciate and welcome the arrest of those who have already been arrested and appeared before the court. And we want to appeal to say, let us continue to hold our hands together in this house as the councillors to support the families and ensure that we always avail ourselves when these kind of tragedies happen. But lastly, Speaker, we say when you have the memorial services for day of this nature, or you are planning a visit to go and visit the communities, please just invite us as well so that we can also be able to participate and support the families and comfort them in this difficult time. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We want to send our condolences to the families of the affected families, and we want to send a strong message to criminals. It doesn't matter which nationality you belong to, because in our view is that crime doesn't have nationality. Anyone who does crime, no matter which countries are they coming from, what color, those must be treated as criminals, because if we are going to start subjecting criminality into nationality, we are going to say Obakeng, who has raped because he's a South African, must get a lesser sentence. All of them, whether they are from Zimbabwe, they are from Mpumalanga, they are from Nigeria, they must be punished by the law. But most important is that the situation that we find ourselves discussing, legal and illegal immigrant, is something that we found from this system that we have inherited in this country. And if we have to be objective, the issue of borders was supposed to be dealt with long before. We can't be discussing it now, blaming each other, when there's an authority from national government that must deal with that. So we must not lose focus in terms of crime, and we want to welcome the work that was done by the province, the work that was done by the municipality, the metropolis, the arrest of the people who are arrested. We must follow that and make sure that the law takes its course. But what is important, what was raised, because we were there, we were not speaking from the comfort zone. We were there, we enjoyed the rain there when you were busy sleeping, that side. What those residents have told us, particularly for young people, was the issue of employment. They've raised the issue of formalization, and I'm glad that the city has committed that they will deal with issues of formalization, but not because people have died. It was something that we were busy with other areas that must be formalized. So this government does not react on Twitter. This government doesn't react on Facebook. We go to the people. You can stay on Twitter and Facebook, criticize us. You even go to an extent of lying about the increase of property rates that came from you. You are the one who brought that property rates. You go and call a press conference, Mazibatela. You get misled by the mayor who is at the vacation for something that was raised by you.
MMC, condolences.
So we want to send our condolences to the families. I'm coming to you with the property rates. I'm waiting for you. We want to send our condolences, and we want to say to the families and the people of Merimi, unfortunately, you will have to receive services after people have died. That is not what must happen. We need to zoom in, comrades, colleagues, and put our political affiliation aside. Our communities are suffering. We need to zoom in and go and correct the mistakes that happened before us. Because Merimi is part of the government that inherited this system for the past 8 years and left Merimi unattended. And
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ndiyacela MMC, hlala apha kwi-condolences. So politicizer, hlala apha kwi-condolences. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I'm wrapping up, but you can't do condolences of Merimi without mentioning Merimi. Unless if you can do it, let me hear. How can I send condolences to the residents of Merimi and I don't mention Merimi? Then I'm doing it for who? I must say it so say. I can't. I'm saying Merimi are the victims of service delivery. That's why people have died in that area, because part of the reason why they were killed, they were fighting to protect the community of Merimi. And if there were efficient security and police visibility at Merimi, those people were not going to die. And lastly, we need to take advice of the residents about Soshanguve police station. Soshanguve police station has been performing bad for quite some time. And it's high time, as this council, maybe we must go, all of us as councillors, go and picket at the picket lines, picket at Soshanguve police station, to show that those issues that are happening weekly, people are dying, there's GBV, house robbery, people are killing each other in Soshanguve, and it looks like it's not being attended to. Condolences to the family, and let's go, all of us, and support the family, and go and send those soldiers to rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. On condolences, a point of order. Point of information on condolences. I can't say, no, you are playing. Action SA. Let's take condolences serious. These people are in the, no. Point of order on condolences. Condolences on point of order. It doesn't match. Yeah, ne? Okay, it's in the point of order. Yeah. Wait.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It is unfortunate that the MMC politicized this, but the only thing that we want to say is that if the MMC is very much right or serious about the suggestions that he's making around Soshanguve police station, we are calling him to support the Democratic Alliance in calling for the devolution of powers. Number two is that he must denounce illegal immigrants.
Thank you very much.
The third one,
MMC,
the former
MMC.
of the EFL,
I mean,
he must make sure that he also denounce land grab.
MMC Ramabud, noted Alderman, MMC Ramabud was making a statement political. I stopped him. He did stop. I don't know what we are talking about. We are talking about condolences. I don't know how the families are feeling when you raise a point of order on condolences. No, man, don't do that. You must respect the dead. You must respect the dead. I stopped him politicizing it. Then why are you bringing DA on it? Thank you, Alderman. Okay, thank you very much. Can we then move on? Action SA? Go ahead. Press once, please. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. We stand together here in a moment of profound sorrow as we mourn the tragic loss of our fellow South Africans, 6 of them butchered by an undocumented foreigner. Confirmation by the police minister that the suspect is an undocumented foreigner makes us, as Action SA, take serious stance on this matter. This is not just a matter of loss, it is a call for action for the South African government. As the people of Merimi grieve the pain, we as Action SA would like to pose questions to the South African government to say, we have for a very long time been advocating for borders of this country to be manned in a proper manner. Now, sending condolences to this informal settlement residents, for far too long, Action SA has highlighted the challenges associated with undocumented foreigners in our country. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we unite and strengthen our borders and safeguard South Africans. Action SA is dedicated to advocating for a South Africa where safety, accountability, and justice are not just ideals, but are realities. Our collective grief is palpable, and we send our deepest condolences to the affected families. May the souls of the departed rest in peace. Action SA will ensure that justice is served for the people of Merimi. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Action SA. FF+.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the FF+, I would like to share our condolences with this family. May I say, I know exactly what it might feel like for the parents, because I've experienced the same about 13 years ago with a murder of my son. So I hope that in this very unfortunate time of sorrow and not having answers, that God Almighty will really be with him, and that the family around and the community will really come and support those people, the relatives. It's a pity that we live in a society where there's so little respect for life and that things like this happen. I would like to agree what somebody said, that these people are our fallen heroes. I think in a selfless way they reported for duty at the CPF to support the work of the police and TMPD, but they were there. They were working selflessly to for the safety of their fellow residents. I hope that the community will come and replace them, will come forward to fill the vacant positions, to keep the work that these people have been doing. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the minority parties. Please, okay.
Thanks, Speaker. Ki a go leboga legatong la the progressive parties. Ki sa tsebe go yo fetšego e bolela gore ke minority, but anyway. Mahloko go bahunoto e leng bona meleloko le metswalle ya bahu ba bolailwego ga sehlogo ba hlankela setšhaba sa bona sa Mary May. Ke no se be gabotse ka sekgowa, where you marry there must be love. Ke no se be gore ke eng tee ba bolailwego ke digongwana tšeo di sa hlokagaleng go ba gona magareng ga rena go tloga se ka sebaka se. They belong to hell. Hell, I mean hell. E leng molete wa ditau. Ba tlamegile gore ba nyake, ba swarwe, ba lahlelwe moleteng wa ditau gore ditau di iphepe ka bona. Go maleloko le mekgatlo le baeteledipele ba dipolotiki ka moka ke sa kgethe mokgatlo ka mogare ga ntlo e. Ke re, let us stop promising our people delicious pies in the sky, knowing very well they won't grab those pies. Ke nako gore we must face the issue of crime head on. We must stop promising our people protection they don't get. We must make sure that murders end, rapes end, abuse of children and women must come to end. Ke a dumela gore gare ya dikgetho under GLU re tla be re sa le mmogo ngwaga o tlang. Ba re le mmogo you will support the previous stance of PAC on crime, on murders, rapists and others. Then le hono ke be re tla kgole because di ka tabana be di tla ba di tseba se se ba swanetšeng. Ba ba bolayang batho ba tla ba tseba se ba swanetšeng. Ga nengane re sane o ka maka gore ga bo baswedi go tle o diragalang. Ba ba mošite ba tseba gore after 3 years ba tla ba tswile. Aha, le yona it will be brought back on the platform, but in the right way, but it remains a PAC slogan in this country. So, a re moya o ba hlokafetšego o robale ka khutšo metswalle e homotšege. But what I'm encouraging, we must sit around this thing ya crime. Ga re lete bahu, re leta batho ba ba phelang. So we can't be sitting here discussing bahu. Mola maikarabelo a rena le batho ba phelang. We can't transport people to death and still continue to be leaders. Ke a leboga, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone that I left? IFP? Yes, point of order, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's always Councillor Ramabodu coming up with threats. Last time he wanted to Murabur, and today he's speaking and saying, one bullet, one settler. So is that the threats that we must live with in this council? It's unacceptable. I ask that you ask the councillor to withdraw that
It may be funny to you, but this is what's inciting violence. People that were just killed the other day, he's inciting violence against my people here today. It's unacceptable.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I heard you. Thank you. Okay, councillors. I can see that in interest to respond on that. Councillor Khafane, Councillor Murantwa, pardon me? I'm not, listen. I'm pointing the hands that were up. I didn't say I'm not ruling. You wait then. Just wait. Be patient. You are still a councillor. You are not going to change. Just be patient. I will rule. But I'm going to point the hands. I'm not going to be told by you when must I rule. Thank you. Councillor Khafan.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Banaba Donald Trump, man, was sensitive. Is he a settler? We need to start there. Is he a settler? If he identifies himself as a settler.
Thank you, Chair.
I don't know about so emotional, unnecessary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Can I? Thank you very much. Thank you. MMC. Wait. Didn't you know? I noted you, guys. I noted both of you. You are going to speak. But what I want to say, Kawuthule, yazi indlela omdala ngayo. The MMC, probably, okay. All right. Councillor Mlando. Okay.
Thanks, very Speaker. I just want to correct this thing, Yahore. I don't know where to call them. I'm not prepared to call them as Ntatera Mabodu will say. But I want to correct it today. The one settler, one bullet doesn't belong to the EFF. That is the slogan of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. And shall not at any time, be transferred to EFF. It doesn't belong there. It belongs to the Pan-Africanist
Thank you very much.
Congress of Azania.
Thank you very much.
Just for a minute, Speaker. If you tune into your radio these days, everybody is calling for a Pan-Africanist agenda. You can dislocate it, but it belongs
to
the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. If they want to blame Ramaboru, let them blame him through PAC. This is our slogan, we will die with it. Or they must take PAC to court, not EFF, not ANC, but only PAC.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mashabela. I've noted this side. I'm coming back to you. Councillor, MMC Mashabela. Councillors, thank you. Councillor Mashabela.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that there's no harm in discussing historical slogans. And I do not understand why that guy of FF Plus, every time when Obageng quotes history, he gets agitated. Like now we must come back to council and say apartheid was an act against humanity. Because these white genocides that happened here, they must not think that we are forgotten and we are going to sit here and behave like our history is not part of us. It's part of us. We are going to quote it. Whether he jumps to human rights, we will respond. We know the next step. Well, he's going to write to human rights. He has been referring Ramabodu ever since he became a member of this council. So he must not annoy us. He must not be agitated. We are going to quote history. The very same way that our ancestors was killed. We are going to quote it until they get it right. Or else there's the visa free to USA. He must jump to the nearest.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I say this? The MMC said he is joking. Then aibo, kanimeni kaloku nitheni nxamele ntoni? The MMC uthi apha uyajoka uyadlala. Kodwa ke ima kaloku cancel. Xa udlala nje MMC vele uyenze lula nje uthi hayi ndiyadlala ndiyaphuma kule nto. Then Councillor Ramabudu, then just say ndiyadlala ndiyaphuma kuyo.
No, it's fine. I don't want to say a lot. But I was not, firstly, in terms of the rules, when I speak, I must be on Hansard and I must be recognized. And I don't remember that. So I think let's just leave it, because it's not even part of the speech or the agenda. I mean, there are many things that they are saying that side. We just ignore them. A lot.
I understand. I'm coming to you, leader of the executive. Just Puma Guyo.
And that was not my speech. And the owner of the speech has came to reclaim his speech. The owner of the speech has told you that don't put me into this thing.
MMC.
The owner of the speech here said, don't involve this guy here.
MMC.
The owner of the speech has just said, take it there, take it to the
MMC.
Mr. Mulanto said, bring it there to PAC.
MMC. Ubudlala. MMC. Ubudlala, just say ndiyaphuma kuyo. Just say ndiyaphuma sidlule. Alderman.
No, Speaker, we can't distort our history. White people killed black people in South Africa. It's recorded. It's recorded there. All the big movements of Transvaal, Orange Farm, blacks were slaves, enslaved by white people that came from Netherlands. Is that not part of our history? That is our history. It can't be changed because of somebody is a councillor now in Tshwane. When we see some of them, that man was part of the special branch that was killing people in Flag Plus. He was part of the special branch, this man. We are sitting with somebody who was killing black people. Can we change it now? How do you want us to feel? Knowing that somebody carries a Bible that was presiding over the death of many black people. People in Mamelodi died. People in Winterfell died for this freedom that we're presiding over today. Now you want us to keep quiet about it? He can't be morally teaching us about anything. Councillor Ramabodi, he was not speaking on record. Why do you want him to retract something that was not on record? He can go to the nearest court. White people killed black people in the majority.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace. Councillors, can we move on from this? Councillor Aibo. Why you behave on job? Councillor Ace. Councillors, please. Councillor Ace.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would
Noted.
like I'm a bit confused at the moment whether this was a joke, whether it was quoting apartheid. The other side is really trying to find themselves there. The reality is that you, Speaker, are allowing...
Councillor Mashabela, please. Please, allow her to speak. Can we then, after you, Councillor Ace, we are moving on. Can we stop this now? Can we move on after you? Councillor Ace.
Thank you, Speaker. What is the reality here is that we are continued in this council. There is called from Councillor Ramabodu, violence onto white people. And that cannot continue.
Wait, Councillor Ace. Wait, Councillor Ace. There is no violence here. Why are you bringing violence?
I am asking for Councillor Ramabodu to be referred to rules and ethics.
No, we are not going to allow that. There is no violence here. There is no violence here.
He's calling for it.
He's not calling anything. He's not calling anything. There is no violence here. Okay, the first. Listen, councillors. Listen, councillors. I'm not taking any hands now. I'm not taking any hands. Can we move on with the agenda? Can we move on?
You must rule, Speaker.
Okay, Tetan. No, Tetan. Go ahead, Tetan. And if you look Tetan, go ahead, speak. If you want to speak, all of you, go ahead. I'm giving you an opportunity, Tetan. I'm allowed to allow anyone to speak here. Hence I'm saying, speak. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Now, noted, Chief Whip, can I speak? Can I speak? This is not on. This is not on from anyone. We've got 63 reports in front of us. We've got 63 reports. You are just, now, we've got 63 reports that we need to deal with here. We are running around. I'm saying now, the whips of the parties, can you meet here? No. I'm giving an no. I'm not, no. I'm giving you an order. The whips of the parties must meet. Decide noise. No, you can't say no when I'm ruling. Chief Whip. Chief Whip, go ahead.
Speaker, look, we are playing. Let's have an order in this council. You are a chair of this council. And we got only 1 hour. We were playing here. There's no white and black in this council. We are councillors. I'm very much neutral as the chief whip of council. But the way that you are operating, sometimes you disrespect me as the chief whip of this council. Let's move on, Speaker. Let's work. We are here for our own community. You see, let's move on. Please, I'm asking you. I'm the chief whip of this council. And don't forget that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not gonna respond on what you are saying.
Kanti wa i-problem yintoni kanti?
I'm not gonna respond, Chief Whip. I'm not gonna respond on what you are saying. But the unfortunate part, the people that doesn't want us to move on are the councillors, not me. Are the councillors people who doesn't want to move on? Can we, councillors, can we move on? Thank you. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the council meeting of the 27th February 2025 for approval. Do you approve the minutes? Honorable councillors, I'm done with that one. I did. Thank you. Honorable councillors, Section 8(2) of the Republic of Rules and Orders provides for the Speaker to allow, at the Speaker's discretion, the bringing forward of any business on the agenda after the matter referred to in paragraph A to E of Section 8(1) have been considered. In accordance with the Section 8(2) of Rules and Orders, I immediately, after the Executive Mayor has submitted a report to Council for consideration, I will therefore bring forward part 4 of our agenda. Honorable councillors, I'll rule that we deal with the in-committee minutes later during this meeting when we consider confidential reports emanating from Section 79, Standing Committee Public Account. Now I'd like to call the Executive Mayor to table the reports.
Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, and most importantly, Speaker, the residents of the city of Tshwane. Speaker, we meet at the tail end of the Human Rights Month. The 21st of March to us is a reminder of something that should never happen again in our country, where in 1960 we've lost people senselessly because of an evil system called apartheid. And therefore, Speaker, whatever we do as this council, we should join the voice that what happened on the 21st of March 1960 should never happen again. But unfortunately, Speaker, on Saturday we had a similar occurrence where we've lost young people, breadwinners, senselessly. Because even though we are enjoying the fruits of democracy, there are those that we've left behind. And so, Speaker, I would like to join the colleagues who are offering their condolences to the families, to the neighbors, and to the children of those that have lost their fathers and the fathers of those who have lost their sons. But colleagues, I think the conversation that we just had now is not helping us a great deal. The over 4 million residents of this city are looking at this 214-member council to lead, and to lead in a way that will fulfill their constitutional obligation to make sure that there's social and constitutional development in the city of Tshwane. And the moment that we can't even show unity, during a moment where as this council we're offering condolences to those families, I don't think we inspire so much confidence. I think, Speaker, as part of the human rights, MMC Mashabela has led us in recognizing one of the challenges that are plaguing a majority of our people in Tshwane, those who are infected and affected by HIV/AIDS, that for the first time, the city of Tshwane will have an AIDS council. Because, Speaker, we tend to be so focused on reservoirs and substations that we forget the human beings that we are serving. And therefore, for the first time, Speaker, it is my pleasure to announce to this council that there will be an AIDS council that will look after the 22% of our residents that are infected with AIDS and their families that are affected by AIDS. Speaker, what has happened in Merimi is something that should awaken all our conscience. The plight of our people in informal settlement, Speaker, needs us to be united on what is it that we can do to uplift their lives. Many of our ward councillors here, they've been complaining. We have talked about the rise of the number of informal settlements from 220 in 2019 to over 500 informal settlements. Speaker, it pains me to tell you that we don't even supply services to half of those informal settlements. And therefore, Speaker, what we have tried to do as this executive is to expedite the interventions that will talk to the plight of our people that are in informal settlements. There are at least 3 reports on the agenda that speaks to their plight. And Speaker, we asking this council to rally behind these efforts so that we can put social justice at the center of the agenda of this council. The second thing, Speaker, in relation to Merimi, I know that we are focusing on the families, but I think we must thank Councillor Malefane, who's led us since the tragedy happens in his absence, that without his leadership, that community could not have been that calm. So I think Councillor Malefane deserves a round of applause. In addition, Speaker, we are continuing to respond to the systematic issues that have been raised by AG. We are continuing to change the culture of this organization. AG has told us that this institution lacks the culture of accountability, performance, and consequence management. But, Speaker, as this administration, we know that the employees of the city, all they are looking for is a healthy environment to work. And we can't expect them to work like donkeys when they have not been well taken care of. That we continue to expect them to deliver at the level in which is deserved by the residents of Tshwane. As a result, Speaker, we are bringing about 5 policies that aim at addressing the plight of our workers. I think what is clear in this administration, Speaker, is that the workforce is the primary asset that this institution has. And without that workforce, without us caring about their plight, without supporting them, there is no city of Tshwane. And therefore, Speaker, you will see a lot of efforts that will be bringing through reports to the city to the council, where we want to improve the conditions of our employees. Speaker, we spoke during the adjustment budget about the revenue collection. And we said we're gonna look for additional sources of revenue. We are bringing a report, Speaker, where someone was negligent to a point where the schools were never transferred to provincial government. And Speaker, this is us reiterating the point that we will raise revenue for this city so that we are able to deliver services to the people. We also bringing a report, Speaker, that's long overdue to come to Council, the cost of supply study. This report started 2-3 years ago. It went to public participation, and Speaker, when it came back, there was a back and forth in terms of how it's going to be processed. As this new administration, we received the report, Speaker, and it was supposed to be the implementation was supposed to be part of the budget that we are tabling today. However, Speaker, there's a lot that is happening, and even in the budget that we are bringing, we need to be considerate about the economic conditions of South Africans and the residents of Tshwane in particular. As a result, Speaker, I would like to amend one of the recommendations on the report. I just want to amend the financial year in which the implementation of the cost of supply study will start. Currently on the recommendations, it says 2025-2026, and what we are recommending as this EXCO or this MECO is that it should start at financial year 26-27. One of the reasons that the reason why we are postponing the starting date, Speaker, is that in the main, this supply study talks about changing the tariff structure of the city. And as this MECO, we have not educated the public about what this means exactly. While it's gone to the public participation process, even the level of understanding amongst ourselves as councillors tells us that we need to do a bit of work to get the public to understand what this tariff structure means and what are the benefits of it before we implement it. Speakers, two last points. One, in terms of the IDP, the draft IDP that we are bringing to you. Speaker, we are very much aware that in 2021, when this council started, there is a plan that was tabled to the residents of this city. While every year we review the IDP, we need to check, because residents don't care who says what. The reality is that this council at the beginning of the term, they put a 5-year plan to the residents and say, these are the things that we're gonna do for you. And so as this administration, we catch the plan at the tail end. But we need to try as much as possible to deliver on the promises, as this council as a collective, to deliver on the promises that we have made to the residents of Tshwane. As a result, Speaker, we had to look at the priorities that will try and expedite that progress as much as possible. The first 3 years, the achievement is at 22%, as we are told by the accounting officer. So the next 15 months, we must now deal with a 78% shortfall. It's not a lot of time, Speaker. As a result, we have then looked at the priorities, and we are giving the council to consider the 6 priorities in which we believe will expedite the progress on delivering progress on the 5-year plan that was tabled by this council at the beginning of the term. Lastly, Speaker, I am proud to present on behalf of this progressive mayoral committee and this progressive multi-party coalition a fully funded budget. Yes.
No more making agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Makalen.
Thank you very much. I just want to understand that members of Action SA are saying they don't want agenda of capitalist, while her man is there and it's a crusader of capitalism.
Can we move
What's
on?
going on there?
Thank you so
That
much.
mixture there,
Thank you.
we
Can
can't
we-
support that mixture there.
Can we move on?
Hey, a capitalist crusader
Okay.
is their president.
Councillor, thank you. Executive Mayor. Can we listen to the Executive Mayor, please?
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. What we are presenting, Speaker, to this council is not only a fully funded budget, it's a credible, fully funded budget. Speaker, this budget does not include a loan. Speaker, you will note that on the tariffs that we are proposing, we have tried to absorb as much increases as possible. The ESCOM has given us 12.74% increase. We are only proposing 12%. The Rand Water propose 15%. They are actually imposing 15%. We are only proposing 13%. Waste, last year it was 4.9. We are only proposing 5%. How we're gonna do this, Speaker, is that we have tried not to behave like, as a colleague once said here, like slay queens. We understand the financial circumstances of this city. You will see that in terms of expenditure, we are not opulent. That we are only funding what is absolutely necessary and what will cater to the needs of the residents of this city. As a result, Speaker, you will see that about 70% of this budget is going to infrastructure development, repairs and maintenance. That is the only way that will make sure that there's water security, energy security, our roads are maintained, and also we give housing opportunities to our people. Speaker, we did not end there. There is a call that has been ignored in this council for too long, where the officials of the city says we want to work, give us tools of trade. We said to you, Speaker, during the adjustment budget, we will set aside money to start buying equipment for this city. If you thought we were playing, Speaker, no, we were not. This city in the next financial year is going to start owning water tankers. Yes. This city is going to start owning waste trucks. Because we can, Speaker, we will also throw in one jet patcher. And Speaker, we will then continue. We will continue, Speaker, to build the internal capacity. We've had the officials.
Sorry, EM. Can we listen to the EM, if you don't mind? Can we allow the EM to speak?
No, I understand
continue,
when I speak. I share my understand, don't worry. Speaker, in terms of our asset protection, that is going to be a priority. The losses that we've been suffering when it comes to the decision that was taken to withdraw security, we are paying painfully for that decision. As a result, we will make sure that we strengthen the security guards that we have employed in this city that were left hanging without benefits, that will correct those wrongs, Speaker. The other thing that we will see, Speaker, because we also need to show residents that we are serious about this thing of delivering services to them. Oliven has cried that community so long about the lack of access to health a primary health care, that those who arrive at 2 a.m., at 10 a.m. they've not been helped because of overcrowding there. Nothing has happened, but I can tell you now, Speaker, from the 1st of July, we will be piloting extension of hours at Oliven Clinic. And Speaker, on the budget also, what you will see that we have been able to do is to say, if we say we want to restore law and order in this city, we can't wish it. We must show that we are serious about it. As a result, Speaker, from the 1st of July, we will start a process of recruiting 200 MPD officers that will be going on training. Now, Speaker, these things sound like they are a dream. They are only a dream for those people who don't take this job seriously. And so, Speaker, what we are asking for, based on today's agenda, is the support from Council that we take this to the public. And we want an opportunity, Speaker, to explain this to the public. There is 2 tariffs that I need to touch on, Speaker, before I hand over to you. The first one, Speaker, is the city cleansing levy, where we've got residents who have decided to use private contractors for their waste collection. But these residents, Speaker, they use our landfill sites for their rubbish. And therefore, if all residents are expected to pay, Speaker, we can't exempt others, especially when they have exercised their constitutional right to choose who's going to collect their waste. But we want them to pay for the sites, our landfill sites that are using to dump their rubbish. Speaker, the city cleansing levy is not new to Tshwane. 2019, this levy was proposed and it was revoked. We have corrected the things that the court said we must correct, hence we are bold in bringing it back. The second one, Speaker, is the issue of valuation roll. A process, which is a legislated process, of updating property values. It was commenced here, and where we are, Speaker, is that we are consulting that household owners, they must go check, and if they have issues with the proposed values, they must object by the 2nd of May. Speaker, we have reduced the property rates by 4% because we know that the increase, which is good, by the way, Speaker, I was so happy to see my new value of my property because it's good for me that as a property owner that the value is going up. So people must not mislead people as if it's bad when values go up. And therefore, Speaker, we have reduced the property values by 4% so that we can accommodate the increases that will naturally come with the increase in property values. With those very few words, Speaker, it is my pleasure to table the reports as contained in Part 1, 2, 3, and 4 for consideration, as well as Annexures A and A1 for cognizance and or discussion. Speaker, on behalf of the Mayoral Committee, the reports are submitted.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillors, we are moving with the agenda, with the program. Yes, point of information. Noted, Deputy Chief. Point of information.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want clarity. I was listening very careful to what the Executive Mayor has said. The last portion of her speech, she referred to a reduction of property value. Is that a reduction of 4% on the property value, or is it on the rates that are charged on property? Because the property values have dramatically increased according to the budget documents. But the rate, suggestion is that the rate be decreased, not the property value. I just need clarity on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chief Whip, that was the point of information. I'm sure the Executive Mayor will provide the information. Deputy Chief Whip, your hands are up.
Speaker, maikemisetso a se go senya nako ya meeting wa gago go no tšea sebaka se re leboge le go leboša Okunadi le bašomi mmogo ka ena mo komiting ya Mayoral Committee ka mošomo o mobotse o ba o dirang ka nnete le a re tšea ditlaišegong tša rena le re bušetša maswaneding re ikwa re thabile kudu re le mekgatlo ya mašoma mmogo mo mmušong o moswa wa borena o gore mo nakong e nnyane fela le kgonne o tšea sekepe se le se bušetše seemong se se botse ka nnete mo re yang re na le kgolofelo ebile re na le tshepo ya gore ge re itšwa ka mo re le makhanselara re tla tšwa re se sengwe se re ilo fegolola se borala mampia re lapamelala le badudi ba tshwana re re tshwarang ka mokgwa le tiišeng Hunadi wena le komiti ya gago re tlo le support-a ka mešego fela ditše badumi tšela di itšwang ka kwa o se ke wa di ikwa di no feta fela le moya mo ditsebeng tša gago re a leboga.
Thank you very much. Councillors, honorable councillors, as I explained earlier, what are you rising on? What are you rising on?
Thank you. Speaker, I'm reminded of the notorious Bafana defender called Pierre Issa. He will defend a crucial goal but score another 2 goals for opposition. That's what this government is doing. They are reversing all our good work instead of us making sure that they defend what we have built on. They are piercing the ship to sink. And it's good that we are coming in 2026. That dream of Ramabodu of 2027 must stay there. Next year.
Thank you.
Ziacha.
Thank you. Honorable councillors, as I explained earlier on, I'm now bringing forward the following reports. Part 5 from the Special Mayoral Committee meeting, 20th March 2022, item 21 and item 22. Item 21, reference number 12398/forward. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, tabling of a City of Tshwane draft 2025-2026 review on the 2022-2026 Integrated Development Plan. This report is in page 3 to page 279. Recommendations are on page 11. Then on this item, I've got speakers. The first speaker is J.J. Baloyi from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Please press the mic. If it's not working, please move to another one. Which one are you in?
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Speaker.
sir.
Our commitment to effective service delivery and the prudent management of resources that support the well-being of our community is important to African National Congress. As we all know, the SDBIP plays a pivotal role in translating our budget into actionable and measurable goals. It sets the stage for how we'll allocate resources, prioritize initiatives, and ultimately deliver the service that our residents rely on. This plan is our action plan, guiding us towards achieving our objectives while ensuring accountability and transparency in our operations. Speaker, the face of evolving needs and challenges, the proposed adjustments to the SDP are both timely and necessary. Throughout the past months, we have engaged in rigorous consultation with various stakeholders, including community members, business leaders, and our dedicated staff. Their insight and feedback have been invaluable in shaping our understanding of what adjustments are required to better serve our community. One of the key areas requiring adjustment is the allocation of resources towards infrastructure development. Our city is growing, and with that growth comes increased demands for essential services such as water, sanitation, and transportation. In response, we have identified specific projects that require urgent funding and attention. This includes crucial upgrades to our roads, expansion of our public transport system, and improvements to our waste management processes. By prioritizing these initiatives, we are taking definitive steps towards enhancing the quality of life for our residents. Additionally, I want to draw your attention to our commitment to transparency and accountability in this process. The adjustments proposed are not merely reactive. They are part of a proactive approach to ensure that we remain accountable to citizens we serve. We will establish robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism to track our progress against the adjustment SDBIP. Regular reporting will provide us with the insight necessary to assess the effectiveness of our initiatives and make real-time adjustment where needed. This intuitive approach will strengthen our governance and reinforce public trust. As we complete this adjustment, it is essential to emphasize collaboration. Our success
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now let's call Councillor O. Ramabodu from EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now. Okay, thank you very much. What do you mean? If you are not here, then what do you want me to do? Because you have to raise it with the Chief Whip, not with me. Thank you. Speak to the Chief Whip. Because you are not, the DA is not here on this item. It's on the second item. Can I call the speakers that are here, then I'll call you last. Thank you. Councillor Ramabodu is waving. Councillor Frolich, your 3 minutes from Action SA, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA welcomes the draft 2025-26 review of the Integrated Development Plan, which is intended to provide strategic direction and operational planning for the city in the 5-year term. The tabling of this report will allow feedback from members of the public through the legislated public participation process. It is also aligned to Section 16.2 of the Municipal Financial Management Act, which requires the Executive Mayor to table the IDP and budget at a council meeting at least 90 days before the start of the new financial year. The intention of tabling these documents in advance is to allow for comment by stakeholders and local communities. Action SA would like to encourage residents to take time to read this report and give feedback concerning capital projects they would like to see in their ward. The IDP is a tool to plan future development in your area in a sustainable manner. The Budget Steering Committee was tasked to prepare a funded budget through revenue generation initiatives and to fast-track projects which are at implementation stage and which will be able to deliver services to communities. The departments had to consider all limitations within the current financial situation of the city and determine the budget in accordance with the affordable matrix and budget guidelines. The outcome of that process is this draft IDP, together with the proposed budget and tariffs. It also responds to 5 key challenges identified at the mayoral strategic planning session earlier this month, which are: number 1, financial instability. High debt levels, poor revenue collection and budget constraints limit service delivery capacity. Number 2, infrastructure backlogs. Urgent maintenance and upgrades are needed for roads, electricity, water and sanitation systems. Number 3, service delivery inefficiencies. Power outages, water supply disruptions and deteriorating roads negatively impact residents and businesses. Number 4, urban management and safety concerns. Crime, weak bylaw enforcement and urban decay undermine investment and quality of life. And number 5, social pressures. Unemployment, homelessness and inequality continue to place strain on communities and municipal resources. Following the table of this document in Council today, consultation across the city's geographic space will take place to source inputs and comments on the proposals contained in the reviewed IDP. We welcome and we encourage members of the public to participate in this process and make your voice heard. Action SA welcomes this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor N. Pasco from FF+. 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, this report seeks recommendation from Council to allow commencement of the legislative public commenting process. The comply of this report exhaustively provide the legal framework supporting the legislative requirement. It also adheres to the process plan approved by this Council on the 30th of August. The IDP consists of 16 chapters outlining the analysis and the source inputs to the IDP. When one peruses the comments and implications from stakeholder departments as well as the recommendations on page 11, there are no objections to allow it for public comment. However, Speaker, the problem does not lie in what is noted in the report, but what is absent from the report. When we go to chapter 2, the strategic intent, in this chapter, the strategic priorities are outlined, and the very first strategic priority reads, prioritization of the electrical grid and water infrastructure. The platform that supports the priorities and supports the IDP is CAPS. When one consults CAPS, the dashboard, one notices 5 top units. The first top unit should be, according to CAPS, TMPD. Then energy and electricity, water and sanitation, environment and agriculture, and roads and transport. However, the 10 top priorities, according to CAPS, is number 1, LDVs for the Metro Police, single cab, double cab, upgrading refurbishments of the TMP buildings, motorcycles, LVD king cabs, furniture for and equipment of offices, overnight accommodation, and facilities within resorts. Can you believe that? Then the breakdowns for 16-ton and higher, breakdowns between 3.5 ton and 16, sedan, and number 10 on the priority list is 40mm stopper rifles. None of the strategic priorities are noted in the top 10. This is totally divorced from the strategic priorities of the city and clear indication that the IDP and the main platform of the IDP, CAPS, does not align. When one look at chapter 5, one sees that there are 17 wards that has not been taken up in their needs. I please with the consulting processes, contact these people and get all the needs.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor D. Williams Moses from PA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Check mic 1 2 1 2. Thank you very much, Speaker. Right, so first off, we would like to thank the Executive Mayor, Dr. Nasipi Moya, for not just running a mouth, but putting actions to words. I hope that the DA coalition can fang tips, muni jelani fang tips. That is how it's supposed to be done. So I just quickly want to focus on the part of the public participation, where our communities needs to be involved to understand the process of what is outlined in the IDP. For a lot of years, the government have painted pictures for us via their social media platforms, but not delivering on it. I will just quickly tap on one on my community, where they have made promises for I don't know how long, but nothing have materialized over the years. I also just want to focus on the Office of the Speaker that will be arranging all of these public meetings. Speaker, let us please ensure that we have the communication out to all of the relevant regions as well as the wards, and let us not do it as the old dispensation have done it, where they send out communication very late in order for our communities to attend, and then they are all shocked when the communities do not attend. So let us not have our public participation meetings as a tick box exercise, please. I also just want to state, as the Section 79 Oversight Committee for the IDP, we are committed to ensure that we drive innovation as well as municipal digital solutions to use technology and social media to the benefit to educate, empower, and enhance service delivery to our residents. We will make sure that we use the platforms accordingly to educate our residents and not paint false narratives as the opposition are currently doing. Instead of focusing on their own campaign strategies, they are busy dismantling the work that this new government is busy doing. So stop what you are doing and focus on your own focus, and on Spicer Nux. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Who's speaking? I'll now call the Councillor Matsibatila TA. The 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, we apologize that our name was not there. We've clarified with the Office of the Chief Whip. Speaker, we note with disappointment that the current framework that has been put forward by the current administration is not only outdated, but does not have the input of what would be the basic custodians of wards, that is your ward councillors. And we just hope that as this goes into public participation, the inputs of communities will be taken into consideration. I find myself at odds to agree with Councillor Moses in saying that your office must ensure that there is adequate public participation and ensure that there is adequate notice to those meetings. It's important that this kind of a document is informed by communities in ensuring that the kind of work that the city does responds to the need of communities and not just to wishful thinking as the celebrity mayor has just presented right now. Speaker, we thank you. We will engage this document when it comes back from public participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. We don't have a celebrity mayor here. We've got an executive mayor. We've got an executive mayor, not a celebrity. Thank you so much. Can we then move on? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to make a correction. I'm not Councillor Moses, ne? I'm Councillor Williams Moses. So if you want to address me, please address me correct, because you are fast to run to social media, not even using our full government names. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. That was the last speaker on this item. As recommended? Let's move to item 22. Reference number 79858/1, Group Financial Services, Budget Office Division, Draft 2025-2026 Medium-Term Revenue and Expenditure Framework for the City of Tshwane. This report is on page 280 to 1297. Recommendations are on 305. I've got speakers here that are going to speak. Alderman Malulega, your 3 minutes starts now.
No, thanks, Speaker. Let's congratulate the Executive Mayor for tabling a resound budget that focuses on the people more than any other thing. The scoping of activities is very clear on what is the focus. And we appreciate how you bescoped interventions that were not all over. We are focusing on bringing efficiency, but also rebuild a city that was on the verge of collapse. A city that was unable to pay rent, water, and ESCOM on time. A city that was facing over 200 million interest on the ESCOM debt. Executive Mayor, National Treasury expects us to set aside 8% on the repairs and maintenance of our infrastructure. We are very far from putting aside that money, but we appreciate the little contribution that we are setting aside to extinguish fires of power outages and leaks that has become our day-to-day activities. The completion of Lusaka Clinic, Executive Mayor, would bring relief to Stanza Bopape Clinic that carries a bigger load from the people of the east of Tshwane. The additional money for group audit risk, it's a commitment for us to fight against those who want to take us down. It's important that we must investigate any matter that intentionally wants to collapse us. The building of internal capacity is not only a statement. You've shown commitment and you are demonstrating that our workers must be taken care of. It's possible for a state to be resilient and to provide services. Urban management is very key, but we must also reimagine a metropolis like City of Tshwane that is resilient and innovative in providing its services. We must invest in technology. We must invest in new ideas, and that's where we are going. Our historical debt is very embarrassing to our opponents, and they don't want to talk about it. But we believe that if we bring this funded budget, we will have a better future for posterity and for those that would inherit this city. We want to congratulate the collective that set days and nights to make sure that they cut every little cent that goes to waste. But we bring policing to those that got free lunch in many areas that we don't want to mention, but we'll go to Clenfontaine and collect our rates and taxes that were not paid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call Councillor Ace from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The ANC Action SA EFF government is very excited to be presenting a funded budget. However, this budget does not speak of good governance. Rather, it puts the onus of the city's financial rescue mission onto the residents of the city of Tshwane. The DA has raised concerns on the newly introduced tax on waste removal and called the city cleansing fee. And while it is uncertain who exactly this tax will be levied on, what is clear is that the introduction of the tax could have been avoided. In the 2024, the DA-led coalition launched an order to ensure that all properties that have bins lifted by Tshwane are in fact billed for this service. And by the end of June 2024, there was good results that showed from this audit process, with an increase in revenue generation.
This progress unfortunately regressed during the ANC administration. And if the city only continued with the work of fixing the administration of billing, they could have avoided imposing the new tax. The DA rejects the implementation of the new city cleansing levy. We thank the Mayor for heeding our call to push back the implementation of a set fee on the electricity network monthly onto each client. Affordability of electricity is important for the growth of an economy. While the mayoral charter for financial rescue, as adopted by the DA-led administration, is still valid and not rescinded, we note that this budget shows an absence of the political will to fund the work stipulated in this charter. This can be seen by the reduction of funding to prepaid meters, a measure that ensures residents can better plan for their electricity spending and a tool to assist the city in revenue collection. We also see less funding towards debt collection. This is a particular concern as the proposed funded budget relies on a 92.8% collection rate, while the city currently only averages 89 to 90%. The proposed planned budget to fund this shortfall caused by the lack of cash collection is to use property tax brought by the new valuation roll. The proposed budget only projects a 10% increase in property tax, although the reality will be much closer to 30%. The DA notes that the budget does try to compensate for the property valuation increases brought by the new valuation roll, but we maintain that the proposed decrease in rates ratio will not compensate for the high.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I call Councillor O. Ramabudu from AFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We want to take this opportunity as the economic freedom fighters in Tshwane that we are not regretting to be part of this administration, that we fought for over 8 years when we started the fight against the Democratic Alliance, who were in charge of this municipality and who have dealt harshly and badly with the finances of the city. We want to remind them about the findings of AG over years, where AG has told us that the culture, told us about the procurement processes, told us about the assets management, told us about how the tenders are being dealt with by the previous administration. We are happy that this executive have agreed to approach the issue of the funded budget, which we see that at least the health care system is also not being ignored. The people of Oliven will experience the benchmarking of towards the 24-hour clinic, and this is the start of the 24-hour clinic, which is expressed in the manifesto of the EFF, but also the cleansing levy, where we've indicated that the private companies are utilizing our landfills without paying even a cent. We want to make sure that we get income, particularly these private waste collectors who wants to undermine the right of the government, because the Environment Act gives us powers as the municipality that where we have capacity we must collect waste. But many estates and many areas tends to go and give to private companies, which doesn't benefit the municipality. But the issue of this funded budget was not going to happen if there was no unity with the executive. This executive is proudly presenting this budget and taking it to community for public participation, for comments, so that it comes back to this council and we support it. But I can tell you that there are improvements all over the country. This administration is being celebrated. Everyone is saying Tshwane is going the right direction. Only the doomsayers and the bitter ones wants to compare some grass that was left by them with the grass in Midval. Because that grass was left by you. I'm coming to that grass. You left that grass yourself in Soshanguve. We are still dealing with other parts. You have left a mess. So it's not easy to deal with that mess over 5 months. We are still dealing with it. Give us a chance. Don't be jealous. Don't behave like people who are jealous because some girlfriend left them. Leave us to run this government and allow to be led. We are going to lead you.
Thank you very much. Now I call Councillor Mashangu from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Yes, what are you rising on?
In terms of Section 10 that allows us to put question, I want to ask Councillor Ramaburi, does he remember in 2016 to 2019 that he was voting with the DA? Sitting with us there, exactly where he's seated.
Yes,
he was sitting with us next to Solim Simang, Randall, and also that one he said is the florist. He was sitting exactly there.
Councillor Makhaleni, why you get vacant? Your point of order.
My point of order is that you must protect us as much as you use the rules to switch off this mic. When a person speaks, must ask if I want to take a question. He can't say in terms of Section 10. He wants to ask me a question. Who did that? I don't want to take a question.
Okay. Thank you very much. On the other hand, allow me to rule. So that is on the born the ruler which side, which favor. Allow me to rule, MMC. Yes, I was gonna come back to you and ask No, I was gonna ask you if you are prepared to take a question. You jumped in. You jumped in. Can we continue with the meeting, please? Thank you. Then the next speaker is Councillor Mashangu from Action SA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In line with Section 17(1) of Municipal Finance Management Act, the City of Tshwane is tabling its draft medium-term revenue expenditure framework for 2025-2026 financial year in a required format. This budget reflects on the city's strategic priorities, which includes financial sustainability, infrastructure development, economic revitalization, and safer and cleaner communities with improved governance and customer care. For 2025-2026, we project total operating revenue of 53.6 billion, expected to grow by nearly 59 billion by 2027-2028. The 9% increase in the operating revenue and 7% increase in the expenditure will result in an operating surplus of 1.3 billion, which will help in funding capital projects and strengthen our cash reserves. Our projected operating expenditure stands at 52.3 billion. The major cost drivers include employee-related costs and their 5.1% wage increment. It also includes the bulk purchases of water and electricity, debt impairment, and increase on electricity purchase by 13%, which is in line with ESCOM tariff of 5% reduction and contracted services. So, Speaker, the electricity remains our largest revenue contributor, followed by water and property rates. We've kept the tariff increase moderate electricity at 12% and at 13%, water at 13%. And property rates tariffs are decreasing by 4% due to the new general valuation rule. Importantly, Speaker, registered indigent households remain protected through the free basic services of 100 kilowatts of electricity and 12 kiloliters of water per month and rate exemptions. On the capital side, Speaker, the city has budgeted 2.4 billion for 2025-2026, focusing on the infrastructure and service delivery. Key project includes bulk water and sewer infrastructure roads upgrades, public lighting, clinics that will operate extended hours, libraries, and fire stations. 152 million grants of urban development financing grant will further support this investment. Municipal entities such as Tshwane Housing Company is allocated 40.2 million and plans to fully tenant 1,200 units this year. In conclusion, Speaker, we also have 5% reduction on contracted services to build internal capacity, which will involve security personnel, water tankers, cleaners, and to reduce reliance on contractors. Speaker, this budget aims to deliver critical services which enable economic development.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I call Alderman Erasmus. You've got your 1.5 minute. Start now. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'm talking on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus. EM, you are tabling a funded budget, but we doubt if your funding resources will realise. I want to address the property rights. In your report, you mentioned that there's a lot of people made mention of the decrease in tariffs. But please don't confuse us, or we're not confused. This decrease in tariffs doesn't mean a decrease in rates. It's just a formula that's being used to determine what rates need to be paid. Given the fact that we are entering a new valuation role, obviously the rates will increase regardless of your decrease in tariffs. So please take note of that you don't confuse us as the Freedom Front Plus. EM, I've been communicating with you on service delivery the past 4 weeks. I've sent you a WhatsApp last night still. I want to talk to you on the ring fencing of services, which is mentioned in the report. And it's very important because ring fencing, you are telling me the resources.
Councillor, you are taking your last 1.5 minutes. Thank you. That means you are on 3 minutes because you are the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I may continue. I want to urge on you to apply the water and or the ring fencing to provide our communities that are paying with water, sanitation, and electricity services and upgrading of the systems. Doubting the resources that you will get or the funds that you will get, you make mention of an increase of 18% of rental fixed properties. We couldn't manage to even do that the past year, and even not in the adjustments budget. What interventions will follow to increase these rentals to 18%? Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus has been driving for many years that a top-heavy workforce we need to relook at. We've got highly paid directors, deputy directors, but we lack feet on the ground, staff that sees to basic service delivery. We should therefore recommend the restructuring of the workforce by any means possible, even if it's a Section 89 restructuring process. Speaker, the city cleansing levy, we can touch on, we don't agree with that. With regards to the asset of the city, we propose that we get rid of non-essential and non-strategic property, such as houses, commercial properties owned by the council, and this will then create more revenue, much revenue that we can spend on capital projects. There's a lack of capital projects that we need to address. Speaker, I see my time is running out. With that being said, we would like to make use of this opportunity to invite the public to have their say in the public participation process, not only regarding...
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor S. Mabutsa. The 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, Your Excellency, Executive Mayor, traditional leaders, esteemed guests, residents of the capital city, all protocol observed, and media. Speaker, let me start by congratulating our Honourable Mayor for having been tabled an insightful and realistic proposed budget. Let me also remind the residents of Tshwane that for the past 5 years, the city of Tshwane has been tabling unfunded budget. This means that the city, for the last few years, has been asking council to spend more money that we didn't have. The Auditor General of South Africa has been raising her concerns around Tshwane's financial instability under the DA administration last year. They were received a negative qualified audit finding. Speaker, Today, I'm very pleased that the City of Tshwane new multi-party coalition government, of which Good is part of it, has tabled for the first time fully funded budget for public comment. This is for the first time since 2021 that the residents of Tshwane are asked to comment on a spending plan that is affordable for our city. We must take steps to fix the years of reckless overspending. The draft budget for 2025-2026 financial year sets out an achievable plan to save costs, to improve service delivery, to improve economic growth, and improve financial health of our city. We intend saving money by reducing some contract services and propose a 5% overall reduction in spending on contract costs. For example, these savings include 140 million rand less spending on renting refuse removal vehicles and using water tankers. While the city is working to save in some areas, spending on crucial infrastructure remains a priority. More than 2 billion rand of Apex project is allocated. 482 million will be allocated to electricity. 579 million will be allocated to roads and transport. Water and sanitation, that will be 551 million rand. And a new neighborhood for housing will be 466 million rand. In approaching the rates and tariff for 2025 financial year, the administration has also minimized the impact of increases for both Eskom and rent water. One of the proposed increases in water and electricity charges, I am relieved that the increase are lower than the increase that Eskom and Rainwater are charging us. I'm pleased we are also be able to caution our residents against some of these.
Thank you very much, MMC. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Thank you very much. Time now is 22. Okay. I will attend to you, AM. Time now is 22. It's 22:03. So now I'm going to give the EM. After the EM, we go for lunch. Noted. Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The purpose of me speaking here is to close the report. I think you didn't recognize me, but I understand it's lunchtime. It's normal. Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me appreciate the Executive Mayor for having a listening ear in ensuring that what he has provided here makes sense to not only to her, but to the residents of Tshwane. I want to start by stating, because she spoke about the employment of TMPD, this budget has set aside 300 million to address critical vacancies. And this is going to assist us in responding swiftly to outages and addressing service delivery backlogs. ROC has been given money to buy equipment so that they can be able to serve our people. The indigent have increased from 150K to 250K. We've been losing money to Treasury unnecessarily because of lack of appreciation of the economics. The debt relief incentives and amnesty have gained traction. I want to proudly say this Monday, our collection rate have surpassed our target, funding target. On the valuation, I want us to undermine the gimmicks that we see on social media, using the links of political parties which will never recover and come back to power here in Tshwane. And we will only attend the objections delivered to the city of Tshwane. Yes. We have addressed the debt of VAT. This month will be the last month payment to debt, VAT debt.
Yes.
Today, the department that I've got the honor to lead, given the responsibility by Dr. Nasipi Moya, have unearthed fraudulent activities to the tune of 10 million rands. There were officials who were creating ghost car accounts. As we speak, they are behind bars. We are following up. There's a contingency, which unfortunately the opposition couldn't because they lacked the lenses of unearthing fraudulent activities. We have to date exposed 10,000 residents who have not been billed for refuse removal.
Yes, yeah. Fraud.
The last time the TMPD employed was in 2015. Just imagine when they say they understand government, they don't have an appreciation of the demographics, that people age, the criminals become sophisticated. It's a party that side. No, let's leave it that way. As long as the DA governs good. Where? So now we have allocated money to ensure that we reduce our reliance on rent water. We are going to camp in Ritflay and other treatment plants so that we can provide quality water to our residents.
Yeah.
Speaker, the party of tariffs that we don't understand and the agreement that doesn't make sense to anybody else, we have contacted. 99-year lease wherein people were paying 140 rand per annum. That part is gone.
Yes.
Speaker, this executive to date from October have paid ESCOM 1 billion rents.
Yeah.
The quarry which was a white elephant, today is fully functional and have got 5-year contract license.
Yes.
And it's going to produce quality asphalt for this city.
Yes.
The way bridges, which were not operational, and the trucks were using our roads and damaging our roads, will be fully functional. The landfill sites that they didn't know where they are actually, they will be operational and will be generating income through them. The project of rejuvenating the city and repurposing our buildings will bring revenue and investment into the city. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Please sit down. According to, thank you. Once the report is closed, we don't speak to it. Once the report is closed, if you are raising your point of orders not talking to the report, you are not talking to the report because we are not going back to the report. The report is closed. Okay, what are you raising on?
Speaker, thank you very much. You've already called for lunch. I wanted to call for lunch as well. But a quick one, Speaker, is that today the leader of the caucus of the ANC in Cape Town has moved to the Democratic Alliance. We're inviting Tate Bushielo, because he was not clapping hands while the DM was speaking, to come and join us. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We are going for lunch. Let's come back. Wait, sorry, Council. Let's come back at 3 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, I mean. It's 3 o'clock now. It's 10 to 3 now. Come back at 4. Can we take our seats, please? Let's take our seats so that we can start our meeting. Is it cold? Okay, we'll attend to it. Khasho, can you check the Quran? Thank you very much, councillors. We are continuing with our meeting. Councillors, please take your seats. Part 1 from the Mayoral Committee, meeting 19 February 2025. Are we still in the meeting or? Thank you. Item 1, reference number 28312/1, Office of the City Manager request for approval to write off the assets under construction for the City Hall renovation project. This report is on page 6 to page 20. Recommendations are on page 16. On this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Are you waving? Okay, thank you. the next speaker is Councillor H.J. Norji from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Councillors and Tshwane residents, the purpose of this report is to obtain Council approval to write off the City Hall renovation project in the sum of 62.9 million rand. Speaker, on page 8 of this report, it is stated that the forensic report of December 2015 is attached to this document and report. However, when I studied same, no forensic report was attached to this report at all. On the 24th of July 2013, the City Hall renovation project was announced by the former Mayor, Dr. Kgotsensu Ramagopa. Ntsadi Consortium was thereafter appointed as the construction company. 16 months later, at the beginning of March 2015 only, an inspection in loco was conducted by the Mayor and his mayoral committee at the City Hall after reports of poor workmanship, amongst others, were received. On the 30th of March 2015, Fundutsi Forensic Services was appointed to investigate the City Hall project. The forensic report was submitted to the administration only at the end of 2015. However, some of the recommendations of this report, for instance, the opening of criminal cases, were only implemented 8 months after the report was received. When the DA-led coalition came into power after 2016 elections, it was not possible to execute all the recommendations as set out in the forensic report. For instance, some of the suspect Tshwane employees had already left the city at that stage. So, Speaker, the writing off of the money became, unfortunately, unavoidable. Speaker, it is a dark day in the history of Tshwane because the capital city of South Africa does not have an operational city hall. I do appeal to the Mayor to urgently revisit the City Hall saga.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I'd like to call Councillor Omar Bokhana from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now. We are waving. Councillor G. Tennessee, your 3 minutes, Tennessee, your 1.5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, members of Council and colleagues. It is my purpose to address my deep concern and unacceptable write-off of the City Hall renovation project, a venture that began in 2015 with a hope and ambition, but now stands as a monument to inefficiency, mismanagement and corruption. Die stadsaal is gebou in 1935 en is baie meer as net 'n gebou. Dit is 'n baken van ons stad se geskiedenis wat eens die burgemeester kantoor, raadslede en die stadsklerk se kantoor gehuisves het. Ten spyte van sy historiese belang, bly hierdie herstelprojek onvoltooid, ongefinansier en sonder enige vooruitsigte om voltooi te word. 'n Totale bedrag van bykans 63 miljoen is vermors op 'n projek wat geen tasbare resultate of ekonomiese waarde opgelewer het nie. Speaker, let us not forget the findings of the forensic audit which unveiled financial procurement irregularities, including corruption and bribery involving city officials and appointed contractor. While disciplinary action and criminal cases were recommended, the facts remain that a decade later, accountability is still lacking and justice has not been served. Meanwhile, the project is listed.
Thank you very much. Let's call Councillor M. Session. Your 1.5 minutes starts now. Stop pressing it. Press it once. You are losing your time.
Just flashing green. Okay, there we go. The forensic audit referred to this in this report made it clear. Overcharging by contractors, bribery involving city officials, and rampant maladministration. These aren't accidents or oversights. They are deliberate choices that drain public funds and left the City Hall incomplete. To fix this, we first have to face the root causes of this head on. Who authorized the inflated contracts? Which officials pocketed bribes? Who failed to oversee this disaster? These questions demand answers, not excuses. Accountability starts with naming those responsible, like Insadi Consortium and complicit city leaders, and ensuring that they face the consequences. This isn't just about money. The City Hall is our heritage. Its neglect is a betrayal of the residents. We cannot move forward until those who caused this mess are held to account. Only then we can rebuild trust and reclaim our City Hall. Mr. Speaker, implicated officials are still employed in this municipality, proof that the bureaucracy protects itself, manipulating the system to avoid accountability. As politicians, it's our duty to hold these officials to account on behalf of the residents who pay our salaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was our last speaker on this item. Yes.
Yeah, Speaker, we have recommendations.
I can't hear you. Okay.
We have recommendations to this. And it's very concerning that Councillor Nokia raised something very important. He says, the report speaks to a forensic report that is attached, but it is not here. And for the fact that we are even considering this report in its own is very wrong, Speaker. But, Speaker, I want to refer you to Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Act, 32(2)(b). And I read that in case of an irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure, before it is written off, it must be investigated by a committee of council. I would urge, Speaker, that as much as we want to be in a rush to clean up our books, that we do that which is right, and this be investigated by a committee of council. And the right committee of council would be MPEC. And in that saying, Speaker, we have the following recommendations that we would want to make. That we delete recommendation number 2 and add the following recommendations. The report be referred to MPEC, Public Accounts, Municipal Public Accounts Committee for further investigation and scrutiny, as per Section 32 that I just read. Number 3, that the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, as part of its investigation, undertakes an inspection in loco to the City Hall. Number 4, that the City Manager pursues the Priority Crime Investigation Unit for the reopening of the cases of August 2016 and give feedback of that report to this Council no later than the meeting of June 2025. That the blacklisting of Ntadi Consortium be expedited as a matter of agency, and a feedback to Council be presented at an ordinary Council meeting of June 2025. This is proposed by me, Councillor Fentema Zibatela, and seconded by Councillor KG Makale. Where? Show me where.
Thank you, Speaker. To assist my colleagues, and I think I should start by saying that this is the reason why we need to prioritize, and I've been saying this We need to prioritize oversight so that when these oversight reports come, we can listen. Because the recommendation that he has made, this report has already been to MPEG. It was thoroughly dealt with. We even made a recommendation of recovery. So let me explain what is happening here. This, excuse me, this report was dealt with. We are not dealing with the issue of City Hall. What we are dealing with in this particular report, it is the project that is being written off. We know that this project cannot continue. It has to come off. It is in compliance with accounting standards. It's a GRAP standard that we are complying with here. But the report about what happened to the City Hall, the officials that must be dealt with, this report served at MPEG. My colleagues who are at MPEG can also, who used to be at MPEG with me, can also verify this. This has happened. What we have done is ask the city manager that these recommendations must happen. But also you will note there's going to be a report that is coming to council where it lists this company that it should be blacklisted. So we agree, and I agree with Grandi, that it's important for any city to have a city hall. It must be done the right way. And if you know, with that report, there was a violation of the Heritage Act. So it is our heritage, and we are going to make sure that it is dealt with accordingly. But colleagues, let us respect oversight. Make sure that we listen and we read oversight reports. So you don't come again and take the the council back, because this is already done. It's there. Go back to your archives. It's there. It's done. Thank you.
So thank you very much, MMC. So based on that, are you withdrawing these recommendations?
Speaker, I would like to have a 10-minute caucus. I'll come back to you. Thank you, Speaker.
Your 10 minutes is granted.
There is something Speaker said on it. So focus.
Thank you very much. According to my time, 10 minutes is up. A caucus 10 minutes that was requested by Councillor Matsibatila. So we are, Councillor Matsibatila, come back and give us a feedback. Mbohlala phansi, Councillor. Thank you very much. The Chief Whip of the Opposition, can you please give us a feedback? Thank you very much. Chief Whip of the Opposition, you must ask for more time if you still want to engage. It is time for you to give a feedback. Chief Whip of the Opposition. Councillor Matsibatila, you are taking my time.
Thank you, Speaker. We've consulted and we've spoken. We will withdraw the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Can I recognize you, MMC?
Yes, and thank you, Speaker. I think this should be a lesson to us that going forward, please, and also on your part, let us take oversight seriously, but also to assist Councillor Noki. That attachment is there. It was part of a link. That is why Councillor Surgeon was able to quote some of the recommendations from the forensic report. And also just to say, Councillor Noki, we have had this discussion before, that Council does need to assist you with getting your documents, having them in Braille as well. I was not aware that you don't have these documents done in Braille, but it's something that we are looking at doing from Group Human Capital to make sure that the city is friendly for people who are living with disabilities. So we will make sure that you do get assisted in that regard. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Selchin was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Part 2, the Mayoral Committee meeting, 5 March 2025. Item 2, reference number 89405/1, Group Property Department, proposed transfer of even 202, 661, and 662 Soshanguve W, even 1556, and 1623 Soshanguve R, even 2407041812, Soshanguve F, EFR 168, Soshanguve X, and EFR 1088, Soshanguve P, to Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes. This report is on page 3 to page 26. Recommendations are on page 24. On this item, I've got Councillor Palone from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. This report seeks council approval to transfer school properties in Soshanguve to the Gauteng Provincial Government, in line with Section 14.6 of the Municipal Finance Management Act and Section 112 of the Town Planning and Township Ordinance. The transfer will enable the province to manage and upgrade the properties efficiently, ensuring effective delivery of educational services.
Sorry, Councillor. Can we allow the councillor to speak? Only the councillor that I called, because we can't hear what she's saying. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. The transfer will enable the province to manage and upgrade the properties efficiently, ensuring effective delivery of educational services without administrative delays. Speaker, this initiative aligns with both the City of Tshwane and the ANC strategic priorities, which emphasizes accountable governance, infrastructure development, and investment in education. The ANC will always remain committed to improving access to quality education, ensuring that schools are well maintained and fostering an environment conducive to learning. By transferring this property, Speaker, the provincial government will have direct control over upgrades, maintenance, and expansions without requiring authorization from the city, thereby expediting necessary school improvements. However, Speaker, it should be noted that the current municipal ownership of these properties restricts revenue collections, as property rates and taxes cannot be levied on them. The transfer to the Gauteng Provincial Department will enhance our revenue base while relieving the city of the administrative burden of managing properties not intended for municipal use. Furthermore, Speaker, this move supports the ANC priority of strengthening public service delivery and ensuring that government institutions work efficiently to serve the people of Tshwane. It is rather disappointing that since 2016, the DA has consistently failed to deliver essential services to the residents of the city. One of the most significant shortcomings has been its failure to facilitate the transfer of public school properties in dominantly black communities, such as Soshanguve, to the Gauteng Provincial Government. This failure has directly hindered effective school operations, delayed necessary infrastructure upgrades, and prevented schools from receiving the full support they require to function optimally. The inability to execute this crucial administrative process reflects a broader pattern of inefficient and neglect in addressing the needs of historically disadvantaged communities. In any case, it is not like we expected anything better from them, Speaker. On a lighter note, Speaker, the ANC fully supports the transfer of these properties, recognizing that this decision is more than just an administrative process. It reflects a commitment to responsive governance, infrastructure development.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your 3 minutes is up. The next speaker is Councillor K.G. Makhaleng from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think this technology of cutting people must start also to cut where people start to lie. The councillor must go and study. If you check, in 2023, August, we brought a report here into council asking that properties, because we have backlog of properties, we need to have delegated powers to the city manager. That will assist to speed up the process of giving properties. If you also check in the same report number 7 of that particular council meeting, transferred properties. ERF 4221, Garankuwa Unit 16, ERF 1, Garankuwa Unit 16, ERF 2163, Mabopani U, to provincial government for educational purposes. So what she was saying, it is absolutely lie, but it's not surprising from the organization that she serves in. I will pardon her when she speaks of 2016 things because she only came through by election. I understand that other reports, it might be tedious for her to read those particular reports. Further to that, reference number 6303, Group Property Department, transfer of ERF 05.
Okay, thank you very thank you.
Extension 3
Thank you,
in
Councillor.
Atteridgeville.
R4196. Councillor Makhaleni.
Sosville gape re go botse speaker re lo tsebe Sosville. We transferred.
Councillor Makhaleni. Just a second. Councillor, you were saying?
But you mentioned it.
Thank you.
You said we never transferred any property.
Councillor, okay,
You said we never transferred any property.
Councillor Makhaleni.
We have an obligation to correct the lies that have been paraded in this council, that are the city. It is our obligation to make sure that every person who lies must be corrected, taken to task every time.
Thank you very much. No. Your minutes are over. No. The next speaker, Councillor Mnisi from EFF. The next speaker, Councillor Mnisi from EFF. Leader of the leader of the business.
Yeah, no. I get it. We must also deal with the noise because there's a difference between the noise and facts. On a point of information, Speaker, I just want to understand if Councillor Makhaleng understand the transfer for development and transfer to Gauteng government for them to ratify what they were not doing. If you understand the difference, we can engage. But if he doesn't understand, we'll welcome the noise that he was making. That they represent something else, not facts that are contained in those reports that he's talking about.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Makhaleng, I'm not going to call you Mani, Councillor Ratikwan. Wait. Councillor Makhaleng, I demand to be respected by you. When I say stop talking, you stop talking. And allow me to allow you to speak. I'm not asking you to raise your hand. You must respect me. When I say stop talking, you stop talking. You don't howl here when you talk to me. Thank you very much. I'm not addressing you. I've already called the next speaker, Councillor Mnisi. Please take your podium.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor A. Leroux from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I waive.
Thank you. As recommended. Item 3. Reference number 96331/1/, Group Human Capital Management Department, Funeral Policy. This report is on page 27 to page 37. Recommendations are on page 32. I've got Councillor T. Kadima from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now. Wave. Let me check. Okay. Then we're still on the same item, which is item 4, item 3. Item 3 as recommended. Let's move to item 4. Reference number 27028/1, Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, adoption of the Tshwane Automotive City, Roslyn Inland. This report is on page 38 to 152. Recommendations are on 152. And then on this item, I've got Councillor Muloisane from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker.
Are you waving, sir?
Wave.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor H. Flourish from Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, I wave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor S. Mabuta, good. 3 minutes starts now. Are you waving?
Yes.
As recommended. Item 5, reference number 19050/1, Human Settlement Department, request and issuing power of attorney for various land used application on ERF 1939 Soshanguve R for purposes of formalizing and extending informal settlement. This report is on page 153 to 163. Recommendations are on 157. And on this item, I've got Councillor Wickelson from TA. 3 minutes starts now. Prayers and flaggers. Prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the housing demand list and informal settlements in Gauteng continues to grow as the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements continue to display poor planning and incompetence in addressing the housing challenge in Gauteng. The National Treasury has highlighted the poor planning and incompetence of GDHS by slashing that department's budget for the 2024-25 financial year by 450 million, and this cut reduces the budget from 6 billion to 5.6 billion, with unsatisfactory performance being cited as the primary reason behind this decision. This 7.5% budget recall by the Treasury places the department under immense pressure and hinders its ability to execute crucial projects to improve the living conditions of Gauteng residents and thus Tshwane residents. In contrast, and hopefully to prevent such failures in Tshwane, we stand in support of the proposed development of IRF 1939, the year I was born, in Soshanguve, a much-needed step towards formalizing and upgrading an existing community of approximately 300 residents who have long waited for dignified housing solutions. Speaker, the 7-hectare site presents a crucial opportunity for the city to transform an informal settlement into a sustainable residential area, ensuring security of tenure and essential services for the people who already call this land home. The fact that this site has been classified as B1 under the National Upgrading and Support Program means that it is viable for development. It won't be in a wetland like Cullinan. And all necessary feasibility studies indicate that we should proceed. Honourable members, this is not just a land use decision, this is a human rights decision. We are not merely approving rezoning applications and subdivision plans, we are laying the foundation for a better future for hundreds of families. By granting the accounting officer the necessary authority to issue a power of attorney to the Group Head of Human Settlements, we are ensuring that land use applications, including township development, rezoning and consolidation, are expedited without unnecessary delays. The Department of Human Settlements can proceed with infrastructure planning, ensuring proper roads, sanitation, and electricity services. The residents who have been living in uncertainty will finally receive formalized housing opportunities, reducing their vulnerability to evictions and unsafe living conditions.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now we move to the next speaker. Councillor D. Mahlangu from Action SA, your 3 minutes, that's now.
Speaker, I have my right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mahlabane from EFF.
Speaker, we also waive.
Thank you. As recommended, Part 3, from Mayoral Committee meeting 19 March 2025, Item 6, reference number 96163/1, Human Settlement Department, request on issuing a power of attorney of various land use application on portion 45 of the farm Zandfontein 317 JR, Poison's Nursery, for purposes of formalizing an adjacent existing informal settlement. This report is on page 5 to page 24. Recommendations are on page 29. On this item, I've got Councillor Nhlapo, MS Nhlapo from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to make an input on this item. There is an often unacknowledged symbiotic relationship between housing and economic growth, housing and increased employment, housing and higher wages. Housing is just as much an enabler of economic growth and job creation as it is dependent on them. For this reason, it is crucial to ensure that homes are not just houses, but also cash and wealth-generating assets. If this is achieved, more individuals and households will be able to finance their own housing needs and extract the full benefits of home ownership. The report before us today seeks to request power of attorney for various land use applications on portion 45 of Farm Zandfontein Poison's Nursery for the purpose of formalizing an adjacent existing formal settlement, because the town planning process requires that various land development applications should be submitted and approved in terms of the provisions of the City Land Use Management Bylaw of 2016, amended in 2024. Speaker, as the DA, we believe that the provision of a service site along with a freestanding top structure is no longer sustainable in South Africa due to low economic growth, declining revenue, high levels of unemployment, urbanization, and growing number of low-income households that are seeking access to housing in urban areas. It fails to address the diversity of household sizes and needs. Therefore, it is important to recognize housing not as a means to an end, but as a means to several ends. Therefore, access to housing is not about shelter alone, but encompasses the following: security of tenure, health and safety, livelihoods and sustenance, learning, recreation, family identity, culture, and community. This approach sets a firm foundation for housing in South Africa, one where housing serves as the foundation for a secure present and future, enabling people to pursue the life they wish to live by generating choices and opportunities. With that being said, Speaker, the DA does not oppose this request because we note that the City of Tshwane Land Use Management Bylaw requires the owner of the land portion needs to authorize any service provider that undertakes any land development application process on their behalf by means of issuing a power of attorney for this purpose. In this case, the City of Tshwane is the landowner of the property that will be formalized. which implies that city needs to authorize the accounting officer to issue the necessary powers of attorney for the purpose of submitting various land development applications. In conclusion, Speaker, the DA does not oppose the authority to be granted to the accounting officer, but we give caution to land invasion. And the EFF leadership must assure Council that they will work with the city in the prevention of land invasion of such spaces. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mahlangu from Action SA.
I waive my right, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Councillor Mayor. Councillor Mayor, your 3 minutes starts now from FF+.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to add on to what the previous speaker said. What we're looking at here is the formalization of an informal settlement, but we should rather call this an illegal settlement. This land was invaded, and we are aware that we passed previous resolutions as well on the adjacent land that was subject to, and we pointed out that that land was purchased at inflated prices to the extent of 180 million rand. That's not the subject of this item now before us, but we must really point out that this piece of land was actually invaded. Now, I want to put it as blunt as this to say that we are dealing here with expropriation of land without compensation. And they can laugh on the other side, but it's the truth. This land is owned by the council. It's been invaded by illegal people to squat on this land. And now we are forced into a position to legalize this illegal settlement. Now, legalization, as pointed out in this report as well, requires certain actions to be taken, which include town planning applications that need to be submitted. And that's the whole purpose of this report, to grant the accounting officer, to grant him the delegation or to his powers to be delegated to the group head of human settlements to sign this power of attorney. We as the Freedom Front Plus must make it, we want to point out that we are not in favor of just legalizing illegal settlements. I call it an illegal settlement, not informal settlements. It's costing the city a lot of money because once we've legalized this settlement, then we are also responsible for providing all the bulk services, etc. So we as a city haven't got that money. We've heard from the mayor now as well that instead of 200 informal settlements in, I don't know what years she mentioned, I think it's about 5 years ago, the city has got 500 informal settlements now. We cannot afford it. We haven't got the money to legalize all these informal settlements, and I think we should start talking to other spheres of government as well to stop this influx of mostly also illegal immigrants. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can we then have Councillor P. Matala from the EFF? Thank you very much. As recommended, item 7, reference number 24219/1, Human Settlement Department request on issuing a power of attorney for various land use applications on ERF 30859 and ERF 31726 Mamelodi Extension 11. This report is on page 25 to page 40. Recommendations are on page 30. I've got Councillor Madeleine from the DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, Council members, and stakeholders. I stand before you today to address the critical matter regarding the Human Settlement Department's request for authority to issue power of attorney for land use application on ERF 3159 and 31726 in Mamelodi Extension 11. This proposal aims to address informal settlement and provide much-needed housing, but it requires thorough scrutiny to avoid potential risk. Let's break it down. First, the power of attorney and accountability. The request seeks to grant the city manager the authority to delegate powers for lodging land use application. While this appears straightforward, there are concerns about the oversight, which is a lack of monitoring. The request lacks a clear mechanism for monitoring the approval process, potentially bypassing the council and public scrutiny. The following one is delegation of power. The delegation of significant decision-making powers should be closely monitored to ensure transparency. We need to safeguard and avoid poor decision-making. Zoning and legislative compliance. The properties in question are currently zoned for educational purposes, but the department seeks to rezone them for residential purposes. Several issues arise, the zoning versus the RSDF. Through the RSDF aligns with the change, we must question whether all stakeholders, particularly those involved in education, have been adequately consulted. Legislative gaps. The zoning change must follow a thorough application process. We must ensure that complete community consultation to avoid disputes. Number 3 is environmental and infrastructure concerns. While the department plans to comply with the environmental regulation to some extent, issues need further attention, being environmental impact assessment, infrastructure capacity. On environmental impact assessment, there is no mention of EIA, which is critical for assessing potential environmental risk. Infrastructure capacity, the proposed infrastructure upgrades come with significant price tag, and we must ensure the necessary funding and timely completion of the projects to avoid delays. Number 4, stakeholders consultation and legal challenges. The report.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your 3 minutes is up. The next speaker is Councillor A. Rassenbeck. Rassenbeck, Councillor from FF+.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I notice that we are approving the power of attorney for the group head on all these reports, the past 3. And I would like to urge the city manager, as well as the municipality accounting officer, to implement very strict oversight and put mechanisms to ensure the transparency and accountability for good governance in the execution of this mandate. It's essential that we have clear monitoring methods and that we establish a good track record and progress to make sure that the mismanagement and the safeguard against fruitless and wasteful expenditure doesn't happen. And we would like the group head to act in the best interest of the City Council on all these items. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Item 8, reference number 2851-7/1. Human Settlement Department request to Council to undertake the public participation process for the draft informal settlement management policy. This report is on page 41 to 97. Recommendations are on page 59. On this item, I've got Councillor O.N. Matsibatila from the DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to address this House. One of the first decisions we made when we became MMCs under the leadership of Celia Brink was to call a meeting of the group head and the divisional head to ask what is the plan in ensuring that we eradicate the informal settlements that we have in the city. At the time, we had moved from 198 to 500 informal settlements. And we wanted to understand what is the criteria that is used also in choosing and giving services to informal settlements, because not all informal settlements get services from the city. And what is the process of formalization? The process of formalization is there, but how do we then choose out of the 500 which one gets to be prioritized, which one goes into phase one, how long do you stay in phase one? What do we do with informal settlements that are on private land? And the answer was not coming, Speaker. It was then at that point that we had to give an instruction that then the Human Settlement Department of the City of Tshwane must have a clear policy that will address this conundrum. A policy that will address one, how do we choose which informal settlement, when?
Sorry, councillors, please. Thank.
How long does the informal settlement stay in a particular phase before it gets to a point where we get to build what we call BNG houses, and there is your RDP houses? How do we address the issue of land invasion? How do we assist TMPD and other law enforcement areas to deal with land invasion on private lands? And this policy, it is as of a birth child of the Brink administration that had to answer this conundrum. Honorable Speaker, we are very happy and we are very proud as the Democratic Alliance that we have come to this point. There is no other metro in this country or any municipality in this country that there's this kind of a policy that speaks clearly on how do informal settlement move from one phase to another, how do we deal with provision, how do we deal with reblocking, how do we then also deal with the issue of incremental development on informal settlements, and when do we draw the line as to when do we give which informal settlement what. So we are very happy that this has come to this point where it goes out to public participation. Speaker, we will support this going into public participation because we understand as a Democratic Alliance that we are a party of process and a party that believes in the rule of law. Thank you very much, Speaker, and we want to congratulate the MMC for bringing this forward and also for him going to Cape Town to get best practices. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. The leader of the executive.
No, we must nip the excitement very quickly because you are carried away by things that do not exist. Then let's help you what you did, what was happening in the police. When you left, it was half-baked. No, it was not. Somebody had to sign it off, read it properly. And I'm happy that we've empowered you with simple to read information. And at least you've got a grasp of what is contained in the policy. No, it's not. Then if you read the policy, you will see that there are 9 legislations that comes from this council that attempted, all of them are an attempt to deal with the mess that you created of allowing over 250 informal settlements to grow under your watch. Marry me, it's a microsome of the biggest problems that we have in society. And many of informal settlements that continue to kill people because there's no electricity, there's no sanitation, there's no lighting in those informal settlements. Therefore, if you go to Irregular today, 8 years ago when you took government, there are 15,000 informal settlements there. You had no answer. You look at therefore, the papayas are disturbing me. The papaya and spinach are disturbing me.
Continue.
Then the issue here is that at least Councillor Madzibadela took time to read, because I told him at programming, at least if you read, we can engage. But what we are doing here, we didn't go to Cape Town for learning only. We imparted knowledge to them. They are coming next month to see what the work that we are doing in the city of Tshwane. And one of the things that we're going to do, Speaker, is that we're going to take them through everything that Dr. Ramukhopa and another Dr. Moya are doing. Because there are good lessons there that they do not understand, but I don't blame them. They were preoccupied with building 40 houses in Atteridgeville. No, they were building 40 houses in Atteridgeville. It took them 5 years to build 40 houses. And those houses, are inhabitable, those houses. MPEG wants to get money. Who made that decision? We are following Simang at legislature. We're going to Toitoi there. We want our money from him because the people of Extension 19 Atteridgeville, where you try to build 40 houses, they're still cramped in conditions that are very bad.
Just hold on, Leader of the Executive. What is your point of order?
Gape Speaker, no tshega o lebeletse MMC ga o re lebelele ka mo.
I just gave you time to speak.
Really?
And I'm not going to smile
The
if
issue
there's
here,
nothing smiling, making me
Since
smile.
2016, there were people who made sure they want to sabotage the DA, making sure that they invade land, they sell stands.
Thank you,
They-
thank you.
That
thank you.
need to be noted.
Thank you
It
very
need
much.
to be
sir.
noted, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Leader of the Executive, please finish up.
No, thanks, Speaker. Let me congratulate former MMC Matzibadela for reading. You did a good job of reading. There's nothing that we can compliment you about because Zone 14, where you come from in Harangua, it's an informal settlement that you did nothing about it. No, you were supposed to block some of these things.
Councillor Matsibatila, let's not have a dialogue. Let's allow the Leader of the Executive to finish up. Thank you.
Speaker, the policy is an instrument that is going to help us to cap. But there was nothing that was stopping former MMC Matzibandela not to spend 240 million that he returned on the USDG. That he could have developed Zone 14 in Harangua. Where he comes from, this man. He did nothing about it.
Absolutely nothing.
He did nothing about people of Kalinen, where Gajen is talking about. He did nothing about it. He did nothing about Merimi and Soshanguve. What is important here is not only about the instrument to cap, but the ability to spend. It's also another thing that you didn't do. Then we accept the policy. It's a very good move, but it's not exhaustive because you must also have law enforcement in place to assist us. If we have Metro Police that works with one official, every time there's a problem, you must call Kazamula. And people get there. We see 10 checks starting. Tomorrow it's 500, and there's nothing that we're doing. We're not resolving the problem. The 300 million that we're spending on water tankers and the 70 million that we're spending on chemical toilets, we must do something differently about them. We must put communal taps. We must make sure that we put ablution facilities that have solutions. You see, if you can think and have a foresight and think about innovation, you will know that chemical toilets are not a solution, but they're an instrument of oppression for people that can afford. There's no dignity in a plastic toilet. I can tell you not any one of them can get into it, because when you get out of a chemical toilet, you smell like it. Therefore, the blanket of smell, you carry it outside. There's no dignity. Therefore, the policy, we accept it. If they feel that they've contributed, which I don't know what is it that they contributed, we congratulate them for reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor E.P. Chilwane? Councillor Chilwane, wave. Councillor Kadima from EFF. You are waving. Thank you very much. As recommended. Item 9. Water and Sanitation Department request a write-off all open asset under construction for the designs and dysfunctional sewer network installed in the Marakolong and Ramutse areas between 2006 and 2011 financial year. This report is on page 98 to 180, and recommendations are on 111. And abantu abazothetha apa ngu-TE4C from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Somlomo. Suffice to say that it is good accounting principles that
assets that are not being used or assets that are not adding value to the city need to be written off. I must say that this report is rather shocking as the first report, Speaker. It seeks to achieve the same as the first report on the City Hall project, and that is, Speaker, to sweep under the rug all the maleficence and financial irregulations and wrongdoing on the ANC administration during 2006 and 2011. With regards to the recommendations, I would like to propose the amendment as follows, Speaker. Delete recommendation 2 in its totality, replace it with the following recommendation that reads as follows. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure listed totaling of over 126 million rands be referred to the MPEC for further investigation as per section 32 of the MFMA. Thank you very much. Proposed by Councillor Temba Fosi and seconded by Matsabate.
Thank you. With regards to the recommendations, we would like to propose an amendment as follows. Delete recommendation number 2 in its entirety. Replace it with the following recommendations that reads as follows. That the fruitless and wasteful expenditure listed totaling an amount of 125,932,385 be referred to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee for further investigation as per Section 32 and Municipal Finance Management Act. This is proposed by Councillor Tifosi and seconded by Councillor Matsibati. Okay, as amended. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me allow the MMC of Utility to give us a direction.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. We are not in agreement with the proposal by the DA in terms of deleting the recommendation number 2, because recommendation number 2 speak about that all open assets under construction and related weight breakdown structure and design are supposed to be scrapped or closed. So you can't delete that recommendation, because that is the core of this report, because it's about assets under construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If I may, MMC, to give an opportunity with the Councillor Fosi to find yourselves. Don't say, let's try all avenues. Yeah, no. We are not going to divide. That is what I'm saying. Can the MMC and the councillor try to find themselves while we continue? No, mamelani, can you funda umamela xa kuthethwa nani? Ndithi, can we allow the MMC of Utility to find himself together with Councillor Fosi. So you want me to divide the house for this? All right, let's do the way you want. Let's divide the house. Those who are for the amendment. We are dividing now indeed. That's what you want. Those who are for the amendment. Thank you very much. Can you put your hands down? Can you hear the leader of the executive?
Yeah, we want to work with you, Fosi, but we want to help you on having understanding of what is it that we're doing with the report. Because our argument on the report is, this is part of the asset under construction. Therefore, there was money spent, the project is not yet complete. Therefore, if the project is not complete, you can't close it. It remains in your accounting books. Therefore, let's deal with that part first so that we are understanding what we're doing. Therefore, if you understand what we're doing in terms of recommendation number 1, it explains how much we've spent and what is it that we need to do on recommendation number 1. That you must declare that what happened with the 125 million, it must be declared as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Therefore, we're agreeing on that. No, wait. Therefore, number 2, you must also consider the engineers that worked on the project. They had designs. But then there are designs that were created by the engineers. No, just wait. And there's a WBS on the project. You must close it to complete part of your accounting. Those designs, if you don't close them, somebody can sue us about the designs if tomorrow want to appoint somebody to start the project. Therefore, close the part. Therefore, that's the second recommendation. Therefore, what we can agree with you is to carry the 2 recommendations, but you can add the 3rd recommendation and say you want to refer this to MPEC. Therefore, that's what you're doing. Is it okay? Yeah, then it gets to be completed in that manner.
Thank you very much. I think that was very easy to find each other. That's what I asked for, find each other. Thank you very much. Then, Councillor Fosi, you are adding the recommendation. Okay. There is an addition of the recommendation.
On the recommendation of former MMC Fosi, Councillor Fosi, it says we delete recommendation 2, we replace it with that. So we are saying we are not deleting recommendation 2 after being convinced by the leader of government business, but we are adding a 3rd recommendation. Is it fine?
Is the added recommendation coming? If I hear you clearly, I want us to be on the same path. Are you saying, Councillor Ace?
Thanks, Speaker. We don't have an issue with the amount being written off and the project closed. What we have an issue with is the declaration of fruitless, because an investigation declares fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we're saying that it must be referred to impact for investigation, and then the report must come. So We're just procedurally differing from them, but I think Councillor Matse is busy speaking to them.
It's always have a nice thing to find each other. You must allow me when I say that. Yeah, I said allow them to find each other. Thank you. Okay, can we, while they are still dealing with the amendment of item 8, can we move to item 9? Item 9. No, we are moving to item 10. Say it again. We are going to item 10 now. Item 9 is what they are finding each other now. Then we are moving to item 10. Thank you very much. On this item, which is we need to move on this item, there is an amendment of the recommendations that were made by Councillor Fossey. It says on the recommendations that we have, just add that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure listed totaling an amount of 125,932,385 be referred to municipal public accounts for further investigation as per section 32 of municipal financial management. This is proposed by Councillor Fossey, seconded by Councillor Matsibatile. As amended. Now we move to item 10. Nifunani kanti? Iman kaloku madoda Iman. Oh, ndiyakuva mfana wami ndiyakuva. Let's call Councillor Notununu. The thing is the MMC ukhawuleze wangena. Councillor Notununu, you're waving, thank you. And Councillor Sbutsana, that's all you're crying for, to wave. Are you waving or you are speaking?
Thank you, Speaker. Hey, Speaker, Irregular Alderman Maluleka, for assisting people who have been in this bus for 3 years while it was standing still. Now they are catching a wake up. Thank you, Alderman, for educating and waking them up. Speaker, today we are confronted by stark reality. Financial loss of this 125 that former MMC Fossey wants to latch on, which was wasted on an ill-conceived and poorly executed sanitation project that failed the residents of Marupulong and Ramotsi. But what is most alarming, however, is not just the financial loss, Speaker, but the complete lack of consequence management by those who were in power. Some of them were for 3 years. Now they're catching a wake up. Honorable members, where was accountability? where were the officials and political office bearers who signed off on a sewer network that was doomed from the beginning?
There's a point of information.
O rata attention.
Speaker, maybe we need to help. When was this project conceived? Maybe the Speaker must answer. And if he's looking for accountability, it's sitting right in front of him.
Can we
Thank you very
avoid debate and dialogue, Speaker? It's my turn to speak this.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Can you apply time to Councillor Sibutsana, please?
Increase, rather.
No,
because
not
Matse
increase.
Batela is intervening.
No, not increase. You'll get the right time. Continue.
Nevertheless, Speaker, we know that the piping here was practically unusable, and it was installed at unmaintainable depth of 8 meters, yet no one was held responsible. However, today under Dr. Nasipi Moya and her executive in the multi-party government, we are proving that the clean governance is not just a slogan. We are demonstrating through decisive action that transparency, accountability, and financial prudence are not the exclusive claim of those who wear blue t-shirts. They failed in any case. We are proving that governance is about delivery, not public relations stunts. South Africa is watching, and so on is showing the way forward. Honorable Speaker, as a councillor born in Haramotse and raised in Hammanskraal, I've personally witnessed how this failure, in particular, has affected our communities. People have suffered, still waiting for sanitation services that never arrived. We cannot continue pretending that this project can be salvaged. It was fundamentally flawed. But I also need to add, Speaker, that those who wanted to hamstring this city and maybe choke it to death, we will resuscitate it. By approving this report to write off these assets, we are not excusing the past. We are closing the door on corruption and mismanagement and ensuring that our administration is not burdened by the failures of those who came before us. Section 32 of the MFMA makes it clear that fruitless and wasteful expenditure must be recovered from those responsible. If recovery is impossible, it must be formally written off. However, writing it off does not mean forgetting. It means acknowledging the failures and ensuring it never happens again. This multi-party government is committed to ensuring that such failures are investigated and never repeated. We must now focus on building a new, sustainable and properly planned sewer network for Marukulung and Haramotse. Our communities deserve better and we will not fail them again. I call on all the councillors to support this report, not as a gesture of defeat, but as a commitment to responsible governance. Let us clean up this balance sheet just as we are cleaning up the governance of this city, unlike those that failed before us.
Thank you very much. As amended, thank you. Item 10, reference number 68764/1. Environment and Agriculture Management Department request for approval of commence with public participation processes for the bylaws relating to the public parks and public open space. This report is on page 181 to 217. Recommendations are on 188. On this item, I've got Councillor Matlabane from EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press akubekanye mhlekazi, please. Once, just once and leave it.
Thank you, Speaker. We waive.
Thank you. Councillor J. Silane from ANC, 3 minutes now.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Councillor Matlou from Action SA, 3 minutes, that's now.
We waive, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Item 11. 9215/42, Environment and Agriculture Management Department, Environmental Management and Parks Division request for approval of the draft bylaw for the keeping of bees in urban areas for promulgation. This report is on page 218258. Recommendations are on 223. On this item, I've got Councillor Krukamula from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'll waive.
Thank you. Councillor Mahlabane from the EFF.
We waive, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor D. Mashahu. That's what is written here. I don't know about what is this name. ANC, 3 minutes starts now. You waive. Thank you. Councillor Khafane from the Action SA, your 3 minutes.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable councillors. Okay, councillors, honorable councillor, this should be noted that in accordance with section 160(3)(b) of the Constitution, the approval of the bylaw by a municipal must be taken by council with a supporting vote of the majority of the council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of this bylaw to the vote. In other words, we only need 108. So if no one must vote against, it's 108 votes. It can be 200 if we all vote for it. Now I'm subjecting this to the vote. For the purpose of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support the recommendations to raise their hands so that they can be counted. It only takes. Thank you very much. Please lower your hands. Honorable councillors, the approval of this bylaw has now been passed by 160 councillors in favor thereof. So, as recommended? Thank you very much. We move to item 12, reference number 27308/1. Group Financial Services Department, irregular expenditure for second quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on 259 to 264. Recommendations are on 264. And on this item, I've got Councillor Silowa from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press a 1, Mhlekazi, just once and leave it. Thank you.
It's Alderman Silowa. Thanks, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the irregular expenditure on the TBM is a clear indication of the lack of political will and administrative failures to manage projects in the city of Tshwane with a redundant project management unit. Contract extensions should have come to council for approval last year, already with this administration knowing it was going to lapse in November and still cost the taxpayers millions. This is an indication of poor contract management, as extensions can be used to avoid addressing underlying contract management issues, such as poor performance or inadequate contract terms. This shows a total collapse in contract management and inability of the Roads and Transport Department to use grant money for projects, having factored in all financial contingencies. Instead, departments under the custodianship of this administration saw it necessary to exceed the project with millions already spent. This project has not only frustrated many residents, but demonstrated that contracts are awarded to companies that fail to financially meet their obligations. MPEC must investigate this matter, but also that Section 32 of the MFMA be implemented in its entirety with no omissions, that municipal officials and political office bearers need to be held liable for unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That on completion of the projects as well, that a physical verification audit also be included into the MPAC investigation, ensuring that the much needed value for money is received by the city and its taxpayers. The regular review of contracts as well to ensure that they remain fit for purpose and provide value for money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is T. Moloisane from the EFF.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mutiba from the Action SA, your 3 minutes starts now.
Waive.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
No, I was saying, in as much as members are waiving, it is prudent that they also submit their speeches to the office of the Speaker to reflect that they have engaged with the report and submit those particular speeches. So,
thank you very much.
Members, they just say they want to speak on a report and then they don't read the report. They come here and they say waive.
Thank you, Councillor.
No, it's not allowed.
Let's call Councillor W. Jacobs, FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Good day, colleagues. Yes, the report might be speaking on the expropriation of businesses regarding the construction of Line 2B TRT. However, the report also mentions and speaks to the delays in the process, causing the prolonging of the completion of the project, which brings me to the delays further down the road regarding the ongoing roadworks on the Linwood Road BRT Line 2C, which has become a symbol of inefficiency, mismanagement, and disregard for our community's well-being. What was meant to be a project compiled or completed by November 2024 has now been extended to April 2025. Yet progress is at a standstill and still much to be completed, even at the current 82% completion status. This delay not just is an inconvenience, but it's actually a crisis. The current state of the roads are hazardous. businesses are suffering, and according to one of the many reasons for the delays, are the fact that the workers are left unpaid due to the delays in the funds being allocated. The community is reporting frequent accidents, infrastructure damage, where there is a complete lack of accountability and consequence management thereof. We as the Freedom Front Plus say enough is enough, and we demand immediate action from the city. A full investigation into the contractor's financial status due to the additional 15,796,706 rand and 9 cents to complete the project, as well as the investigation into the ability of the contractor to complete the project, as it been extended to an extra 5 months. There needs to be an implementation of an intervention payment plan to workers and subcontractors to get the project on track without further delays due to the lack of funds. There needs to be an improvement to the safety measures to prevent further harm to motorists, cyclists and pedestrians. There needs to be more transparency and regular updates so that residents and businesses are no longer left in the dark. Our residents deserve better. We will not stand by while our roads deteriorate, while our taxpayers' money gets eaten, and our city's economy suffers. We will not allow our voters' voices to go unheard. Our residents demand action, and they demand it now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item. As recommended, the Speaker is requesting 5 minutes break. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's move on. We are on item 13, reference number 87611/1, Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for December 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 265 to 268. The recommendations are on 268. On this item, I've got Councillor Randall from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to express my deep concern regarding the Yellow Plant tender, a contract marred by controversy and irregularities. The original tender SS05 of 2020-21 was set aside in May 22 due to legal challenges. Despite the city's appeal, the initial judgment was upheld in August 23. Now, to avoid service disruption, Section 36 of the MFMA was used to appoint service providers already rendering services to the city. However, this temporary solution has become a recurring theme. Fast forward to the new tender SS02 23-24, which received an overwhelming 272 bids, with the BEC struggling to conclude their work before the expiring of the existing contract. Now, in a deja vu moment, I was reminded of the Watchman Services tender early in 2016, where 55 bids went missing and the tender was cancelled. The court's subsequent order to appoint 20 companies, which the city did without proper evaluation and adjudication, raising serious concerns about the procurement process in the city. It is, however, encouraging to note the strategy to reduce Watchman Services as one of the funding plan's focus areas in the Executive Mayor's presentation to MEC Mamabolo earlier this month. We're being warned that not approving this 1-month extension will disrupt critical services. Now, I get the feeling that we are being held hostage here as council. The trend of deviation requests and prolonged evaluation processes sparks service disruptions, bidder uncertainty, and bidder fatigue. Worst still, it tarnishes this council's reputation, reflecting poorly on our ability to manage tender processes efficiently. On Tuesday this week, the Auditor General of South Africa confirmed that there was a crisis of accountability in local government. The ANC coalition government in Tshwane urgently need to clean out the rot in this city's supply chain management unit to ensure transparency, accountability and fairness in all its dealings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kadima from the EFF. Kadima, yes. My apologies. Councillor Kadima. We waive Councillor F. Munama, the chairperson. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I waive, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, we move to item 14, reference number 30140/41. Group Property Department proposed transfer of portion 1 of ERF 418 Sinoville back to Gauteng Provincial Government. This report is on page 269 to 289. Recommendations are on 274. I've got Councillor M. Joubert from FF+. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Executive Mayor and colleagues. I refer to this report and I have questions. The school is fully developed. Was there rates and taxes paid to the city? It stated in the report that it was erroneously transferred to the city of Tshwane in April 2024. But if we look on the Windeed search, the property was bought by the province in 1986. We as the city of Tshwane purchased it for 1,287,000 in March 2024. I'm actually worried. The proposed transfer will firstly be free of charge. The correct word in the report is
Sorry, Councillor. Councillors, please. Don't be loud. Thank you.
The valuation for the property is 6,530,000 rand. I've done a cost calculation and it will cost the province plus minus 91,000 rand to transfer this property back in a question of 12 months. How did this error occur? We're now selling this back to the province. Are we playing a chess game? Like I've stated, in 12 months, this property, 1 year ago, this property was transferred to the city of Tshwane. Now it's being transferred back to province. We as the Freedom Front Plus strongly feels that our focus as councillors and as the city of Tshwane needs to be on the bread and butter problems of this capital city. Please, can we have more oversight on sorting out these errors? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the only speaker. As recommended. As recommended. Item 15. Reference number 05774/1. Group Property Department proposed sale of portions of portion 136 of the farm Dorenklof 391 JR to Eskom for expansion of Tusa Station. This report is on page 290 to 341. Recommendations are on 303. The speaker on this item is Councillor Matlhabane from EFF. Councillor Matlhabane.
Speaker, we waive.
Thank you. As recommended?
Yes.
Let's move to item 16. Reference number 79205/1. Group Property Department policy for acquisition of immovable property and servitudes for municipal and public purposes. This report is on page 342 to 611. Recommendations are on page 355. I've got Councillor P. Mamatipa, EFF.
Waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Item 17, reference number 12721/1. Group Human Capital Management Department, City of Tshwane, Occupational Health and Safety Policy Framework. This report is on page 612, 627, recommendations 619. On this item, I've got Councillor Rasweswe. Ukonu Councillor Rasweswe. Waive. Thank you very much. As recommended. Then item 18. Reference number 98580/1. Group Human Capital Management Department, Leave Management Policy. This report is on page 628, 948, and recommendations are on 639. On this report, I've got Councillor Wickelson from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the City of Tshwane's updated leave management policy introduces important cultural inclusivity by formally recognizing sick leave validation by traditional healers and the granting of ancestral leave or ancestral calling leave. This is a progressive step towards acknowledging the diverse spiritual and traditional practices of our City of Tshwane municipality employees and councillors. The allowance of up to 3 months of ukutwaza leave ensures that those called to ancestral training can fulfill their obligations without risking job security. Moreover, the structured application process with approval from the city manager helps to maintain accountability. However, with any new policy, challenges must be carefully considered. The potential for abuse of sick leave by employees and councillors, especially when verification depends on traditional healers that are not registered, raises concerns about fraudulent claims. Consider the financial...
Sir, point of order. Councillor.
Speaker, I hear the councillor is referring to, well, he's talking about unregistered traditional healers. This is an African matter for Africans. Us who have actually undergone this training understand it better. Not everyone gets a certificate from Uktwasa, and not every Gobola needs a piece of paper to prove that they can actually do their job. Don't tell us anything when I'm a certificate. Speaker, a traditional healer does not need a piece of paper to prove that they can actually do their work. So don't tell us. It's called spiritual healing. It's called a spiritual journey for a reason. Take your certificates and shove it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That is noted. Councillor Wilson, can you continue?
Thank you, Speaker. ASA is known for their xenophobic convictions and their racism. So allow me to speak representing the Albany people. To ensure fairness and effectiveness, communication is key. Employees must fully understand the criteria and the responsibilities associated with these new leave provisions.
Sorry, Councillor, point of information.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let us also assist Councillor Wilkinson there to draft a distinction between cultural matters and racist matters. This is cultural. It's got nothing to do with race, but he may proceed. We'll give him a hearing. He's got the podium today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkinson, please continue.
Speaker. Speaker, allow me just for the record to say men should also speak against gender-based violence, not just make it a woman issue. We further suggest that supervisors and HR teams must closely monitor the implementation and use of the policy, ensuring compliance with cost containment regulations. Additionally, there must be procedural clarity, whereby the Tshwane administration should consult municipality labor unions, the forums and the unions. These consultations should be prioritized to avoid legal and labor disputes. We fully support an inclusive work environment, even including Action SA, and we safeguard the city's ability to function effectively. Speaker, we have to move forward with both cultural respect and pragmatic governance in mind. Speaker, I've added 2 recommendations to the Council. 1, the recognition of ancestral calling as a structured sabbatical. And number 2, the standardized certification from registered traditional healers. Thank you, Speaker. The recommendations are submitted in writing.
Thank you very much. Leader of the Executive. You want to come before the recommendations or after? Okay, you want me to read this first or? Okay, go ahead. All right.
Yeah, Speaker, so because of the sitting arrangement, you can't really see me, so I must speak through the leader of government business, unfortunately. Speaker, this report, I just wish that Councillor Wilkinson had read it thoroughly. There is an act of parliament that recognizes traditional healers, but also there is a body where these are registered. So the report covers that. The report clearly says that they will recognize certificates from certified and registered traditional leaders. His comment is not necessary. The recommendation is not necessary because the report covers that recommendation. If you read in the report, the body of the report, it clearly states that leave will be accepted from recognized, registered traditional healers. So let's not just go on general knowledge and read the report thoroughly. If you read it, it's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Oh, okay, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, I think Councillor Hafani was correct in her sentiments. You see, when you deal with traditional and custom issues, you can't look down at Africanism and want to make it as if it's too inferior and it should be subjected to some interrogation and other things. Part of the issues that Councillor Wilkinson is talking about, they are contained in it. But the issue here is that there are bogus medical doctors that are giving us medical aids that are fake every day. People get babalast Monday, they bring a medical certificate because of they were babalast from a bogus doctor that we know. Now, the issue here, we must embrace the inclusion of initiation that was not there before. It's a big move. We are moving the needle of inclusivity here. Therefore, if you don't want to embrace other customs and you believe because of is that group that is bringing this, he's been initiated, Councillor Wilkinson. He must just understand the pressure that people must lie when they come to work because of they're going to Utwasa. And the victory that we are bringing here now today, it must be embraced and welcomed. That as much as we are doing this, already the policy recognizes that there's a body of traditional leaders that is recognized by Parliament. Because of people think traditional medicines are still a backward thing that does not need to be recognized. I'm saying it's wrong to do that. Even medical certificates that people are talking about that are getting from their doctors and injections and everything, whether they're doing, okay, yeah. But the Western practices are also bogus. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Executive. Councillor Wilkinson, after noted, Councillor Wilkinson, after those engagement with the MMC and the leader, Councillor Zimani kaloku madoda yini ndithetha kamnandi kangaka. Nithetha ilizwi lam libona hlobo. Councillor Wilkinson, would you like to still continue with this, or you are withdrawing after the engagement that the leaders are doing?
Let me speak. Thank you, Speaker. Absolutely support the recommendations by the policy. The document and the speech supports the policy as it's written. There are two elements to it, traditional healers and then the standard labor, and the MMC Maluleka is correct. Misuse or abuse of sick leave or any kind of leave is apparent in all cultures, in all environments, and we ask the policy to consider that going forward. You may remove those two unapproved recommendations, and we'll support the policy as it stands. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are you still, Councillor? Are you okay now? Or you want to speak? All right.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I do not want to make this a political or a racial or cultural thing, but it was said that it's just for specific cultures. Now, please explain to me, my surname is Kruger Miller, how Afrikaans can you get, but I still buy fresh moringa from a person that's a healer. So we mustn't try and exclude and make this specifically. People can choose where they go to. So let's just stick with that. And exactly what Alderman Maluleka said is what Sean Wilkinson said in his speech. So he just actually concurred what Councillor Wilkinson said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Khafane. In other words, Councillor, you are supporting the policy. She's supporting the policy. But MMC, and then Councillor Khafane after that, and Councillor Florich. Hey.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. This policy is not only limited to a calling, and a calling is not based on race or culture. Anyone can receive this calling. We have seen in South Africa various races become sangomas, so it's not a racial thing. But also what is groundbreaking with this policy is that it moves the city from giving women 3 months of maternity leave to 4 months of maternity leave, and it also gives fathers paternity leave so that they can be with their children. And it also recognizes those families that don't necessarily have natural birth but moves for adoption leave. So it's groundbreaking for everyone, and it allows us to align with the rest of the country. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Khafane, do you still want to come in?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to say that people, Speaker, must not confuse being a patient and a client to being a traditional healer. Uktenga, it's a different thing to actually providing the healing service. Understand that, Assembly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Then we are, okay, sorry, my apologies. I know I did recognize it. I did before I close it. Okay.
Sorry, Speaker, I just briefly, I just wanted to support that. I think as a country in South Africa, we've got a long way to go to understand the difference between race and culture. Just because we embrace different cultures, it doesn't have to have anything to do with our race. So can we just stick to the facts? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move then to item 19, reference number 59409/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, HIV and AIDS, Workplace Counseling Policy. This report is on page 949 to 961. Recommendations are on 955. And on this item, I've got Councillor GKG Makhaleng from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, I think it has been labored much on the topic, and what I will do, I will submit my speech and waive my right to speak here.
Thank you very much. Can we collect the speech? Thank you very much. Then the next speaker on this item is Councillor Chu Chauge from EFF. Councillor Chauge. Wave. We've got Councillor Armax, FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is a positive and impactful statement. The Department of Health's commitment to workplace HIV/AIDS counselling reflects a proactive approach to addressing a critical health issue. Such policies play a crucial role in raising awareness, providing support, and reducing the stigma in the work environment. I really think this is an excellent report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. as recommended. Let's move to item 20. Reference number 11440/1, Energy and Electricity Department report on the outcomes of the public consultation process of the City of Tshwane cost and supply study final report. This report is on page 962 to 1349. These recommendations are on page 998. And the speakers here, I've got Councillor E.D. Muloi from ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. You wave? Are you waving, ANC, or Councillor, are you speaking? The Councillor is not here. We are waving then. Okay, thank you. Then the next speaker is Councillor T.E. Fosi from DA. Wave, thank you. Councillor Ratikwane, EFF. Wave. Councillor N. Pasco, FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. During the tabling of these reports of the Mayor, she postponed the cost of supply with 1 year commencing of the 1st of July 2026. When one peruses through this report, one is struck by the technical side of this, and immediately one asks the questions, have the presenters sufficiently clarified the purpose, the desired end result, and the impact thereof on the public and other consumers? On page 971, provisions of the electricity pricing policy states that it needs to be done on the principles of affordability, predictability, fairness, and transparency. When one, however, looks at the report as page 976 up to 978, 16 submissions was made by the public, and some of them were: what is the consumer-related cost? How was the cost determined? Do the proposed tariff include cross-subsidization, or will it come on the later stage? What is the average percentage change in the tariffs to achieve the cost effectively? With this, Speaker, it's clear that the electricity pricing policy of 2008 was not adhered to. One also reads from the ERISA and CRI that they indicated their dissatisfaction. Going to the comments from the stakeholders, the CFO noted that there is a huge absence of detailed impacting the analysis. The COO noted that the implications of a price increase is tough in this tough economic environment must be taken into account. Speaker, on page 1341, there was a presentation to the Mayor, and 3 points was showed. The monthly income range for the middle class will have an 18.4% increase, resulting in R223.50 per household on the same consumption. On the affordability range, on the medium range, at 26.7%, and on the indigent, at 13.7%. Speaker, against this background, the public participation process conducted was fundamentally flawed in withholding vital information from the public, as well as insufficient responding to their objections. With this, I wish to the...
Thank you very much. That was the as recommended. Thank you. Honorable councillors. Okay, MMC.
Yeah, greeting Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, members of Mayoral Committee, The department is requesting approval to adopt the cost of supply study report feedback from public consultation and the proposed tariff structural changes. The study was conducted in 2022 as required by the National Electricity Regulator of South Africa before the municipality applied for electricity tariff approval. The electricity pricing policy requires the licensed electricity distributors to undertake cost of supply study at least every 5 years or with any substantial license structure or policy changes. The COS study forms the basis for cost allocation to each consumer group or type and is therefore a necessary first step in the design of a suitable tariff structure. The National Energy Regulator of South Africa published the COS framework to be used by licensed distributors as a guideline in developing COS studies. The NERSA cost framework is broken down into 5 steps as below: revenue requirement, cost functionalization, cost classification, and cost allocation, and finally rate design. The department has proposed tariff structural changes based on the outcome of the cost of supply study. The tariff structural changes are informed by the need to unbundle the tariff to be cost reflective. The unbundled tariff separates the cost of electricity supply into different components which allow consumers and metros to see exactly what they are paying for each part of the service, leading to more informed decision-making. The department is proposing the following structural changes per tariff category. Domestic customer, we are proposing a fixed charge except for indigents and lifeline. Commercial customer, industrial customer, we are also introducing capacity charge. Agricultural holding tariffs will be per voltage connection, low voltage and medium voltage. Bulk domestic resellers tariffs will be per voltage connection, and also we are introducing fixed charge and capacity charge. In conclusion, the proposed changes to the city's tariff reform are necessary to ensure long financial viability.
Add a little bit time. Continue.
In conclusion, the proposed changes to the city's tariff reform are necessary to ensure long financial viability of the city's electricity distribution function. Incorporating a fair cost recovery mechanisms are aligned with national trends and also regulatory expectation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Noted, Councillor Mashaban. Can I start with Councillor Mashaban, Executive Mayor? Councillor Mashaban, please come first.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we wish to inform Council that the Constitutional Court of South Africa has dismissed the racist lobby group AfriForum's leave to appeal the Equality Court and Supreme Court's appeal judgment, which found that kill the Boer, kill the farmer do not constitute hate speech.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That is not relevant for what we are discussing. Thank you very much, Deputy Executive Mayor. Deputy Executive Mayor.
And then,
Should I proceed, Speaker? Yes.
You may proceed.
Speaker, when I was tabling the reports, I did mention that there's an amendment that we are making on recommendation number 3. I don't know if Secretariat got that, but I just want to put it on record that recommendation 3, we are amending the financial year from 2025-2026 to 2026-2027 financial year. I just wanted that to be on record, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. That is noted. After the MMC that is closed the report, let me go back as recommended. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss the annexures, which is A and A1. Resolution of the Mayoral Committee, 5 February 2025. A1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, Simenzulu 18, Annexure 17. I've got Councillor S. Muller from DA.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Speaker. The line 2B runs through Ward 82. Progress is behind, and the very reason for it is what is in this report, the expropriation of land from private owners. However, although there's a new list that has to now be served letters and the expropriation take place, there are a number of landowners that last year already received their letters and were supposed to receive payments by November 2024. We are in March 2025 and the funds have not been transferred to these owners, which means that the line 2B is being held up. Progress is being held up because this city cannot, because they don't have the money maybe, or have not paid these owners. So the owners have very legal right to say, you may not enter my property because it remains my property, you have not paid for it. This is a call to the executive mayor to ensure that expropriation takes place as it should have already done, so that we do not face again with the contractor a request for extension of time. The Wonderboom line is already behind by almost a year. This line is behind by a further 6 months and will not be completed till into next year. This shows incompetence on the ability of this administration to simply conclude expropriation and make sure the city and the ratepayers don't have the effect of an incompetent governance. So please, Executive Mayor, can we have the expropriation finalized so that the project can be completed and the users of the line 2B can actually have proper transport? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leader of the Executive. Leader of the Executive. Okay, can I start there, Leader of the Executive? Can I start with Councillor Mabukwan?
No, thanks very much. I just wanted to say to the councillor over there that expropriation on line 2B, it is with nil compensation because it is in the public paper. So everyone is going to be using that road. So they must not be irritating us here. That road is going to be used by everyone, including Hellenic community. So we're not going to, they are not going to get anything, Councillor. It's without compensation.
Thank you very much. Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. We really appreciate the information that comes from the proxy CLO in the project, called Councillor Muller. There are processes that need to be followed thoroughly, even when you are doing expropriation. Whether it's private or government land, you must still subject that process through a thorough and rigorous process. You can't just bypass because there's a grant that you need to spend.
I will speak.
No, she's going to speak. Then there's also a delay in the transfer of funds into projects that you must just understand. But we acknowledge that there are delays, and we spoke to MMC that she must inject recovery on the project. Councillor Mbula, let me finish, you will speak.
Speaker. Can I give the point of information? I'm going to come to you, MMC Tangi. Point of information.
Thank you, Speaker. Point of information, it is a done deal, signed and delivered. It's not about funds. It's about the MMC of legal that needs to get her act together in her department so they can actually finalize the process.
Thank you very much, MMC Mukhali.
Thanks, Speaker. I think, Speaker, there were indeed delays with the project line 2B. We've done 2 inspections. I've also held a meeting with the contractor and also the engineers and the project managers on site. I think besides the fact that there are also weather-related delays, there has been issues of expropriation, which I know that is being finalized. But another issue that we need to highlight, Alderman Maluleka is not wrong by referring to the councillor as a proxy CLO. There's serious problems of interferences there. This is the councillor who, the very same project that she's speaking about now, I went in because she bombarded me with emails. I respected her, went to a meeting with her. She walked out of a meeting where she called us, "You people don't know what you are doing." So,
thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor, I'm not going to give you, I'm not going to allow you.
Can I proceed?
MMC,
Can I proceed?
Continue. Close the report,
The only
MMC.
information that is there is that Councillor Müller is interfering with that project. She's influencing these so-called beneficiaries or the people that were supposed to compensate to even make it difficult for the contractors and the engineers to actually do their work there. I don't know what is the relationship between Councillor and the CLO. Firstly, there have not been weekly reports. The CLO does not. Can I speak?
Their relationship is romantic.
Councillor, I'm not, Councillor, stop doing that. I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. Stop doing that. Allow the MMC to speak. Councillors. Noted, say. Councillors. Allow the MMC to speak.
Please.
Then I will come back to you and to you, Councillor, there at the back. MMC, please finish. If you speak, I'm saying, let's allow the MMC to speak. If you speak before I appoint you, I won't give you time to speak. MMC, please go ahead.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Noted.
So I think it's very important for us to inform and give progress in terms of some of the destructive elements that councillor has been contributing towards the delay of that project. Firstly, we need to understand the relationship between this councillor and the CLO. Secondly, we need to understand why there has been so much protection of the CLO. The CLO does not provide weekly reports. I'm saying a CLO that is tasked to run a project is supposed to provide weekly reports in terms of what is happening with the project. And I think, Chief Whip of the Opposition, I want you to advise you to help your councillor there, because she has not really been constructive in as far as assisting us with that project there. Of course, there were delays. The extension has been made, and it has been approved that by the 18th of July, that project should be concluded, and we're expecting that. And if that project is not concluded, we know how to deal with non-performing contractors. But the councillor needs to understand and draw the line, because she's been interfering, and because now she's bringing this issue here, we we are obliged to respond to her here because she brought the issue here. So please, that councillor needs to behave and she must answer that question that I asked. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You are okay, thank you so much. Councillor, we've got rules here that says you can't speak twice on an item. So you can't, if you want to raise anything else, the MMC is there. So we are Councillor Matsibatila, it's your turn. Ma'am, you are not going to speak twice on this item. Why are you talking? Did I ask you to do so? Did I ask you to do that? Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Yeah, Speaker, it is unfortunate that you did not recognize me when I raised my hand. The MMC said that there were interruptions, and interruptions were coming from the side on my left. It was not coming from our side. Our councillor there at the back is raising on a point of information. He's not speaking as a speaker on an item. He's raising on a point of information based on what the MMC has said. And I think it would be remiss of you not to allow him, as per the rules of this council, allow the councillor to raise the point of information and then make a ruling after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your point of information. So raise the sound and do busy.
Thank you, Speaker. Point of information. The MMC arrived late for the meeting. I warned the time I was leaving, and she did not respect that. She also made insinuations of my relationship with a very competent CLO.
Thank you very much. Can we then move on? (19) 20 Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. Oh, can we move on? Okay, MMC Ramabul.
No, re batla go tlhaloganya gore mojolo wa dumelwa mo di CLO le di project le di ward council mojolo wa dumelwa na ka re go na le allegation ya mojolo
MMC, please.
MMC,
can we move on?
Re serious mo re aga tsela kwa batho ba.
Councillor, can we move on? We are not going to take that. Can we, councillors, can we move on? Okay, Utini.
Mara Speaker, Oscar de Ragamho.
Can we move on, councillors?
It's like one.
Speak.
Yeah, I'm
Don't
speaking.
repeat what I said. Speak what you want to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Councillor Ramabodi must withdraw those allegations on that. Oh. And the law, no.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, councillors, thank you. Honorable councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. Resolution from the Special Mayoral Committee, 19 February 2025. A11, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Reports, oversight and standing committee reports directly to the council. Honorable councillors, I will now call on the chair of chairs to submit to our council reports emanating from the Section 79 committee for consideration. Chair of chairs.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. Angithome nje ngokuwithdrawa one report that comes from the Community and Social Development Services, the 7th of March 2025. Honorable Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to submit to Council reports from the following Section 79 committees for consideration: Corporate and Shared Services, from the 6th of March 2025, Health, the 18th of February 2025, Group Finance, the 20th of February 2025, Environmental Management, the 20th of February 2025, Housing and Human Settlements, 11th of February 2025, Public Accounts, the 7th of March 2025, Civilian Oversight, the 28th of February 2025, Integrated Development Planning, the 11th of March 2025, Economic Development and Spatial Planning on the 13th of March 2025, Community Safety, Egarambogele, the 18th of March 2025, Tswane Geographical Names, the 28th of February 2025, and again on the 7th of March 2025, Rules and Ethics, the 14th of March 2025, Public Accounts on the 24th of March 2025. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to propose that items 6 to 9 contained in the agenda of the Section 79A Standing Committee, Public Accounts of 7th March 2025, as well as item 1 and 2 of the agenda of the Civilian Oversight meeting of the 28th of February 2025, be considered in committee due to the confidential nature thereof. Honorable Speaker, the reports are tabled.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Item A, from Section 79, Oversight Committee, Corporate and Shared Services. 6 March 2025. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, Build, Environment and Enforcement Division. Implementation of the City of Tshwane Bylaw for the Control of Outdoor Advertising, 2024. This report is on page 4 to page 61. Recommendations are on page 11. As recommended? Okay, sorry. Councillor J. van der Spoy, 3 minutes from EFF. From FF Plus. My apologies. It's been a long day. FF Plus.
Speaker, withdraw.
Thank you so much. As recommended. Number 2, Shared Services Department, Fleet Management Report and Feedback on Specific Challenges. This report is on page 62 to page 77. Recommendations are on page 77. And on this item as well, I've got the same speaker. Are you withdrawing to all of them, or is there any item that you're going to speak to?
Honourable Speaker, can you just repeat that? Sorry.
I'm saying, sir, you are speaking to all items, which is 1 to 4. As you said, you are withdrawing on 1.
No.
Are you withdrawing to all of them?
Yes, waive, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, sir, very much. As recommended. 3, Shared Services Department, Information and Communication Technology, Progress Report on the SAP Direct Vending Implementation. This report is on page 78 to 84. Recommendations are on 84. As recommended. 4, Group Legal and Secretariat Services Department, report on the current status of the municipal courts in the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 85 to 95, and recommendations are on page 95. As recommended. B, from the from the Special Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community and Social Development Service, 7th March 2025. 1. Community and Social Development Department Services, Department, Social Development and Strategic Interest, Groups Divisions, Section Indigence Program Management, Indigence Register, report on updates on the application, phase and interventions for cleaning the Indigence Register. This report is on page 4 to 46, recommendations on 8, as recommended. 2, Community and Safety, Community Social Development Service Department. Report on the development of the City of Tshwane policy for vulnerable groups. This report is on page 45, 47 to 51. Recommendations are on 51, as recommended. 3, Community and Social Development Service Department. Report on a Community and Social Development Services, Social Development and Strategic Interest Group, centers to provide the status quo report at Hammanskraal, Stinkwater, Mabopane, and Winterveld. This report is on page 52 to page 58. Recommendations are on page 58. As recommended. C, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Health, 18 February 2025. Item 1, Item 1, Health Department Operation Support Division Program Management. Progress report on the construction of new Lusaka Clinic as of 30th January 2025. This report is on page 4 to page 13. Recommendations are on page 13. As recommended. Item 2, Health Department Quarter 2 Performance Report on Service Delivery Business Implementation Plan of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 14 to page 19. Recommendations are on page 19. As recommended. 3, Water and Sanitation Bulk Water and Wastewater Services. Report on preventing environmental factors, both internal and external. Inland water samples collected monthly. Water quality focuses on a human risk from microbiological indicator, organisms within inland water, focusing on a blue and a green drop statuses. This report is on page 20 to page 282, 86. Recommendations are on 32. As recommended. Item 4, Health Department, Management Administrative Support. Report on the total cost of theft in all City Tshwane clinics for the past financial year, 2023-2024. This report is on page 287 to 291. Recommendations are on 291. As recommended. Item D, from Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services, 20th February 2025. 1, Group Financial Services, Supply Chain Management Department. Supply Chain Management Performance Report for the first quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 4 to page 97. Recommendations are on page 97. As recommended. Item 2, Group Financial Services, Irregular Expenditure Report for financial year end 2023-2024. This report is on page 98 to 103. Recommendations are on 103. As recommended. Item 3, Group Financial Service Department, Revenue Management Division. The status update on a billing for the period of 01 to 31st December 2024. This report is on page 104 to page 112. Recommendations are on page 112. I've got Councillor GP Fessa. Just DA, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Speaker. This Section 79 Oversight Report tells us the city's revenue or income is moving from bad to worse. Without proper credit management and credit control, an enterprise will go out of business. The report highlights a failing and dysfunctional administration for multiple reasons. Firstly, accounts not billed for increased from 6,578 to 9,996 during December 2024. This is unacceptable. It's indicative of a loss of revenue to the city, which means money for basic service delivery is far less. This is unacceptable, Speaker, as each and every customer of the city should know what to pay, when. Simple put, bad credit management. Secondly, the terminology park income is used in the report, which is totally nonsensical. The actual meaning is an exception report showing anomalies in the billing. In this instance, the billing was done incorrectly for a staggering amount of 30,694 accounts, so-called park income accounts, which grew from 11,878, approximately 20,000 more, resulting in an increase from 67 million to 190 million, as per the report, which was not billed, which the city also didn't receive. So, Speaker, what is happening is that the billing system of the city is dysfunctional, badly managed, no meaningful exception reporting. The solution, very important, is proper data warehousing together with a dashboard available to the public. A mayor who takes responsibility and ownership to make this happen. In conclusion, Speaker, the city is in a financial crisis. Immediate and urgent intervention are required. If not, the city, the capital city of South Africa, neglected its duty to create positive change to the benefit of all concerned in the city. To be more specific, not to grow the economy and not to create jobs. Finally, a city administration with a mission of freedom, fairness, opportunity for all is the solution and the way forward. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. As recommended, Item 4, Group Financial Service Department, Revenue Management Division. Meter reading status report for the period of 01 to 31st December 2024. This report is on page 113 to 121. Recommendations are on page 121. On this item, I've got Councillor F. Khubusile from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
The purpose of this report is to provide status update on the meter reading activities for the period dated 1 to 31 December 2024. Section 75 of the Municipal System Act provides powers to meet.
Sorry, sir, can you raise your voice? We can't hear.
Oh, Jack Goldie, sir.
Just sit closer to you.
Section 75 of the Municipal Systems Act provides powers to the municipalities to levy and recover fees, charges, tariffs in respect of any function or service of a municipality, and recover collection charges and interest on any outstanding amount. The total number of meters reading orders downloaded from SEP for December period was 600,000, down from 632,000 downloaded during November. Water and electricity meter read and downloaded from SEP during the month of December was 456,000, down from 523,000. There is a decrease, and this is a huge concern as this affects our revenue collection efforts negatively. When we look at the actual meters read versus phone-in readings, the total number of the electricity meter readings received for the month of December is 78,000, down from 129,000. Speaker, meter readings received per service type during the month of December were as follows. Electricity, 128 were downloaded from SEP. 128,000 were downloaded from SEP. 58,000 completed by meter readers. 21,000 were unsuccessful. Water, 477,000 were downloaded from SEP. 356,000 completed by meter readers. 9,000 were unsuccessful. Estimates remain a huge concern, Speaker. This is a government of optics, and you cannot run a complex municipality like Tshwane by smoke and mirrors. An institution like this requires strong leadership, compliance systems, and processes that will help it achieve sound financial health and deliver services to its people. I can see my time is running. So, Speaker, we are proposing 3 measures that will help relieve the burden on ratepayers and municipal consumers. The rollout of prepaid meters that minimize theft and waste and enable consumers to...
Thank you. As recommended, item 5, Group Financial Services Department, a report on the City of Tshwane debt position with Eskom, Rand Water, and South African Revenue Services, and proposed payment plans. Council. This report is on page 122 to 135. Recommendations are on 135. As recommended, item 6, Group Financial Services Capital Budget Performance Report as at 31st December 2024. This report is on page 136 to 292. Recommendations are on 145. As recommended, item 7, Group Financial Services Capital Budget Performance Report as at 30th November 2024. This report is on 293 to 564. Recommendations are on 302. As recommended, E, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee Environmental Management, held on the 20th February 2025. 1, Environmental and Agriculture Management Department, Waste Management Department, report on waste management in informal settlement. This report is on page 4 to 8. Recommendations are on 8. As recommended, F, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Housing and Human Settlement, 11 February 2025, Human Settlement Department, Human Settlement Administration Division, a report on the issues raised at the inspection local to Stalshort Gate and New Stal Hot Rental Stock Housing Unit. For this report is on page 4 to page 10. Recommendations are on 10. On this item, I've got Councillor van Rensbeck. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, this report came to the Section 79 committee, and the committee sent this report back 3 times, but still the administration lacked to correct the recommendations that was done. Speaker, the in loco inspection reflected that this is not the ideal place for any human body to stay. And the maintenance on this building was never done in the past years. The infrastructure is in a very bad condition, and there is a lot of vandalism. And despite the request of the committee for upgrades to be made to the building, nothing was done. The current building has been identified under a safety hazard of SANS 1400. This council must understand the seriousness of this matter. Should a fire occur or lives are lost, the responsibility will rest on this council. And if the council continues to ignore this problem, we will walk the same road than the people in Johannesburg, where 74 people innocently died because of a fire in a complex. Honourable Speaker, the rental collection under the new administration and the new leadership of the executive in October was only 11%. In December, they only collected 6% revenue. How can any business survive on an income like that? Yet, the report has not even been submitted to the financial department to address the problems. HCT was contracted to clean the place and to cut the grass. Since 2019, this has never happened, but they expect the city council to give them more properties, but they can't even cut the grass or keep the place clean. We have to address the rental situation of 220 units at Staalshoogte and the 38 people that is illegally occupying spaces or rooms in these units. So, Honourable Speaker, I would like to recommend the following recommendations. So, 1, the immediate submission on the report of the Finance Department to address and allocate funds, urgent maintenance report, the implementation of regular cleaning, the review of the termination of HCT, enforcement of regulations to promptly evict illegal occupants, improve the rental payment collection strategies and ensure financial sustainability and viability, conducting the review of
Thank you very much, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, Councillor Madzibatela gets worried when we need to talk to each other. Then somebody's playing a radio and he's talking about penny at the back there. Then, Councillor, you might have to look at the previous reports in terms of our social housing. And what are the complex variables that includes what leads to poor maintenance? And you are correct that we collected the percentage that we have. And it will not improve in terms of what we are collecting. Instead, we get more money from the aged and people that are looking for or to be housed in retirement houses. They are paying us more money than those that have registered in our social housing, that they promise that they're going to pay us and they're not paying us. Then the building that you're talking about, I think is Blesbok, or any of them, they look the same. Because we are unable to collect because people are not paying rent there. And the thing that you need to do now is to evict them. And if you evict them, you as the opposition will be the first to say,
Councillors.
Okay.
Councillors, don't interject. Allow the Leader of the Executive to speak.
Then
Thank you.
It's not a matter of where are you going to get this money to then subsidize people that some of them are employees of the city that are not paying. Right? Then what we need to do is to look at different models of social housing. There are many poor people that are within the CBD space, that are genuine, that needs housing, that we are not going to get rid of them. But there are people that are taking advantage of our laws. Let me give you an example. That there's somebody who sits in the social housing. When we demand them to pay, they then go to indigents register. And that thing is a rental stock. We must continue to collect so that we can reinvest that money back into the building. Then what we need to do, we are looking at different models. We'll bring a report to council on how we're going to deal with them. But if you evict them tomorrow, you must be liable for temporary accommodation. You must be liable for people that are going to react to your decision. Then we need to consult, engage them. Those that are genuine, that are going to look for us to audit them, we then redirect them to retirement houses. Those that can afford are working. We are taking them to a model that looks like townlands. Those that can afford, we must redirect them to other categories that allows people to reside within the CBD space. But for other buildings, we must have partnership with private sector.
At time.
Yeah, then we must look at different models because social housing is a challenge that we are having, but we are not going to run away from it. We must engage stakeholders, make sure that we look at how we can remodel it so that it can work. Otherwise, in the current model, Councillor, we can bring you 10 reports. If you're not collecting money, you can't borrow money to subsidize people that are residing in those houses. I agree with you. We must avoid at all costs a situation of Johannesburg where there's going to be fire and people are going to die. Part of our departments of fire and emergency of MMC Kotsi, we are working on bad buildings. If we condemn a building, we remove people. This is the direction where we are going because we can't account for lives that we've lost when we could have averted a disaster. Then we are bringing all the thinking and the ideas together so that we can get an indelible solution towards an issue of housing and human settlement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor, are you still proceeding with your... Okay, can I start with you? Noted. The point, what are you raising on, Councillor? Pardon me? Did you want me to take him before you, MMC? Yeah, let me take him before you. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I want to concur with the leader of government business on what he said. But the problem is not with the opposition that is going to block. The problem lies within government itself. That is the EFF. And then number two, Speaker, on the issue of condemning buildings and then getting people out, already MMC Kotsia will tell you that Blitzbok and Bolsbok have already been condemned during our administration while he was still the MMC of Economic Development. And let that be a model at this which this government will be able to start evicting people who are not paying and also in derelict buildings. Let it not be just talk MMC. MMC Kotsia has a report of condemned buildings from the Department of Human Settlement, and let them start evicting, and we will support.
Thank you very much. MMC Ramabud.
Then when we take decisions, we must not fall into the trap of making the same mistake that the previous government before the DA made with the Schubert Park. We must always refer to the court. When
MMC, this is the last warning, Councillor Makhalen. I'm getting tired of you now. Yeah, I'm getting tired now. This is the last warning. This is the last warning. You made a gesture again. I don't have to discipline you. You know what I will do. Thank you. Continue.
So when we deal with matters, we are a caring government, unless if.
What is the point of order?
Speaker, we appreciate that you are chairing the meeting, but threats are not necessary. You do not threaten a member of this House. You must be the one that is protecting members of this House.
No, I'm not.
Speaker, can I finish? Speaker, can I finish? Please. Do not threaten members of this House. Then you are making it impossible for us to come to this House. Because today you are threatening Makale, tomorrow is someone else. We must feel safe when we are in this House. Do not make threats, Speaker. It is
Thank you very much. Let me tell you this. I'm not making threats. I'm giving you warning. And if you don't listen to my warnings, I'm going to take an action. I don't care Bungbani. I've been talking to Makhaleni since morning. I can't be doing that throughout the night. I'm not threatening. I'm warning him. And I'm not going to warn him again. Thank you, because I've been warning him since morning. Sir, thank you. I'm not threatening anyone. Later, Deputy Executive Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I wanted to speak before you came in. That is a warning. But I think when you activate those people, because we don't want to venture into fruitless expenditure, they must attend the jacket. I like the jacket part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's then. MMC Ramabutu is still on the podium.
Yeah, so I'm saying we agree that there must be a process of trying to clean up particularly hijacked buildings. That's why this government have made sure that they form a committee that is going to be responsible for those buildings. And all these things that you are talking about, you were not doing them when you were in power. And you were in power for the past 8 years. So part of the things that we are trying to do as this executive is to clean up the city. We are cleaning the mess that has been happening for quite some time. It's not easy just to arrive within 5 months, 6 months, you can finish everything. But also, that council must be smarter to understand that we are in a rainy season. And rainy season means that we can cut grass, then the following 2 days we are there again, then there's a problem of grass. The last part that we want to deliver, which is on the lighter note, is the Constitutional Court decision on to kill the Boer song. They said we must sing it, and I think you must respect the courts, and you must join us when we sing it. That is a song, a historical song that we are going to sing. There's no law that is going to stop because the Constitutional Court said we must sing it.
Thank you, MMC. Thank you.
Yes.
Can I request that?
Get that former MMC of police.
Thank you.
Of
can I request that we stick on the items that we are dealing with, please?
Look at that one.
Councillor.
Grandi, Tanias. Grandi, kill the Boer is allowed by the Constitutional Court.
MMC.
Tubule Bulu.
MMC, please. Councillor Van Rensburg, are you continuing with your recommendations, or you are withdrawing based on what the executive, the leader of the executive, and the MMC Ramabutu are saying about this recommendation? What are you saying?
I'm saying that we are proceeding with these recommendations because there's people's life at risk. And the MMC, Alderman Maluleka, did actually agree with us making the place more safe. So, in fact, by saying what he said, he's in agreement with the recommendations. So, yes, we proceed with the recommendations.
Leader of the executive.
Councillor, the committee, it's a forum for you to do recommendations. And when you come to council, remember you are a member of that committee. Yeah. You have recommended on things that needs to be done. Now let's go back to the committee and see how we can improve. Because we want to work together on improving them. I'm saying, even if you make a different recommendation, the situation is not going to change. And for the committee, you exhausted your views there. What you are saying to council is that look at this thing, it's a problem. When you do budget, look at your internal sources to fund maintenance of these houses. But I can tell you, it's not sustainable. You can't fund people that are refusing to pay. You must look at a different model. Then we'll come back, we'll meet at the committee, because we're not scared to come to the committee and talk to you about these matters.
Yes.
Just remember, if anybody dies, and the action wasn't taken in the time, and the warning wasn't listened to, I wash my hands. If we are not going to be liable in any way because this committee didn't want to take action.
Sorry, councillors. If I may,
People's lives are at risk.
thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor, if you serve in that committee, why did you allow this report to come to council? Why you didn't raise the issues that you are raising in the committee, so that when you come here, you take the ownership of the report? Why are you disputing your own decision or own resolution in a committee? Ithula kaloku, I'm open. Why you trying to ukuthetha wena? Are you a spokesperson sakhe? I'm just opening a mic for her, for goodness sake. Just shut up. Go ahead, Councillor.
Speaker, if you listen to the first sentence I said to you in the speech, this report was already sent 3 times back. And the administration,
Withdraw
the
the shut
committee,
up.
every
Withdraw
time
the shut
fails
up.
to
Can
put
I
the
allow the councillor to
recommendations.
continue?
Everybody that was in the site visit, EFF, ANC, DA, Freedom Front, PAC, all agreed that this place should be upgraded. But irrespective of that, the administration doesn't put the recommendations. So we can have 20 meetings and they still don't do it because they never listen to what the committee wants. So this will go, and if you vote against it, the blood is on your hands.
What I'm going to do then, we are going to read the recommendation and divide the house. We therefore, yes, Councillor Flourish.
Just a point of information. There is a tendency amongst the DA and Freedom Front councillors not to attend Section 79 meetings, and they cannot bring their business to council, please. We implore them to do Section 79 meetings in Section 79 meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. MMC Mrodi.
Yes, Chair, I was saying that if the committee member is saying that the recommendations are not a true reflection of what was recommended in the committee, that is a very serious allegation. And I think that the chairperson should then withdraw the report. If committee members agree that those are not their recommendations, then that report should be withdrawn and there should be an investigation if the administration changed it. But committee members must agree that indeed these are not their recommendations.
Thank you so much, Deputy Executive Mayor. Noted, Councillor. Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much. With a great deal of respect of your powers and responsibility, I think you are entertaining this for long. The councillor understands the processes of council. She cannot make a recommendation that they've got financial implications. Simple.
Yeah.
Please, we are pleading, let's proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Yeah, Speaker, we are fine with what the DM is saying, but we need to correct that one day. That she must not speak about the Democratic Alliance that one day. We attend every Section 79. The Chief Whip's office released the report last week, and you were present in programming. The DA has 100% attendance. She must not say things that she doesn't know.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Deputy Chief Whip.
I'm sitting here and now I'm beginning to understand the behavior of the opposition. Earlier on, in fact, in programming and also in WIPARI, they claimed that the report of Oversight Committee on Corporate Check did not serve.
Exactly.
We said, it's fine, we will take it with the committee. Then this morning, they go direct to the chairperson and apologize to say, one of their councillors who did not come to the meeting is the one who informed them that this report did not serve. Now, today they are coming and bringing their shenanigans on the report on Oversight Committee. We must not allow Councillor Madziwandela and his team to continue misleading this council, because what they are doing is wrong. And Speaker, we can't come here and sit and delay this meeting debating issues of oversight committees. If councillors can't deal with their own issues in oversight committees, they must not come to council and derail council. We must not allow that, Speaker. Please, let's proceed with the meeting. It's getting late.
Thank you very much. We are moving forward. You know, my concern, Councillor van Rensbeck, you are serving in the committee, and you are raising these issues. So I'm tempted not to allow these recommendations, to take them back to the committee where you are coming from and raise them there, not here in council. Thank you very much. What is your point of order? Noted. Can I take Council? Noted. Can I take Councillor Makalen? Noted, Councillor Trubet.
I think your ruling is wrong, Honorable Speaker. Why am I saying this? Is because the submission of the amendment or the recommendations are not based on what Section 19 is saying in terms of motions. It's a recommendation in terms of Section 23. Further proposal which may be received during council meetings. It's not related to the one that we are speaking about, that the executive mayor have said, deputy executive mayor. So I'm pleading with you that you re-look into your ruling.
But he's busy with a point of order.
But the speaker never said I must keep quiet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Can we allow the point of order to be finished, please? He's on a point of order, then I'll call with the leader of the executive. Abantu bathanda ungincedisa unnecessary. I don't know about ndicho xa ndijongile noba ndiyintoni. Continue, Councillor.
Yes, Speaker. So I'm saying, don't mix up the two issues, and the officials there should assist you when you make a wrong ruling. So that is non-related to a motion that affects financial or budgeting systems. So I'm saying, look into that recommendation. If you need to divide the house, you can divide the house. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. Okay, Councillor Sibutsana, then Councillor Mashangu, then you, Leader of the Executive. Councillor Sibutsana, Councillor Mashangu. So are you trying to tell these councillors I must not give them time to speak? That's not fair. The next thing, when I don't give time to people to speak, you complain. Okay, can I take the lead of the executive? I'll come back to you. Okay, lead of the executive.
Speaker, you have ruled. You made a ruling. Therefore, Councillor Makhaleng wants to challenge your ruling. He knows how to deal with challenging your ruling. Therefore, you've closed the matter. There's no need for any other hand.
Thank you very much. Okay, I get the thumbs up. So what I'm saying, these recommendations, they should have been served in the meeting. So we are moving on with our meeting, which is item, I don't even know which item I'm in now. I'm in item F. Okay, I know. I mean item F. Are you saying my ruling is not right? I'm sticking on that ruling. I'm not changing it. So we are moving on. We are on item 2. Item 1 as recommended. We are moving. Let's divide. Okay. All right, let's divide the house. Let's divide the house, Council. Let's divide the house. Thank you very much. Thank you. Item 2, Human Settlement Department, financial and non-financial quarterly performance for quarter 1, 2024 to 2025 financial year. This report is on page 11 to page 36. Recommendations on page 36. On this item, I've got Councillor van Rensburg again. 3 minutes, you have Councillor van Rensburg.
Point of order.
Speaker, there is 7 people asking for a point of information. Can you respect them as your fellow councillors?
I made a ruling on this.
Because the previous point has not been addressed.
I made a ruling on this. Are you prepared? Noted, Councillor Joubert, wait. Are you prepared to speak on the next item? Because if you are not,
Once you finalize the first item,
made
F1, we can go to the
I've
next
made
one.
a ruling.
Speaker, what is your ruling? Are you ruling that the people of Staatshoogte are
Councillor,
not
do you want
important?
to speak? Councillor, do you want to speak on this item?
I will, but can you just tell us your
You
ruling?
want to speak on this item?
Yes, F1.
Then
F2.
speak on this item, F2. Speak on item
Speaker,
F2.
can you just tell me before I speak what is the ruling?
Do you want to speak?
Okay, so are you threatening me that we don't have a ruling?
Can you
on
speak
F1?
on the item?
Do our recommendations
Item
mean nothing?
2.
So is the recommendation
Can we,
yes?
can we
Why can't you
speak?
divide the house?
Councillor,
Speaker, I'm asking
Councillor.
a question.
Councillor, are you speaking on an item that I called you on now?
I'm
Yes
asking a question.
or no?
I'm asking a
I've
question.
passed item 1. I'm on item 2.
How could you pass item 1 if there's 4 people asking a point of information, Speaker?
Okay. I can see that you don't want to speak.
No,
Let
Speaker,
me move
you
on
are
to the
putting
next
words in my
item.
mouth. You are unreasonable. Speaker, you
Councillor
are not
Joubert.
fair.
Councillor Joubert. Councillor Joubert is speaking. Councillor Joubert.
Mr. Speaker, you recognize me on the first report, on F1. Point of order, you cannot withdraw or make any recommendations. Only the chair of chairs can do that. You can't withdraw a report. Only the chair of chairs can do that.
I'm not withdrawing anything. I'm saying take this recommendation to the committee.
Exactly. You cannot.
I'm not
withdraw
withdrawing.
a recommendation, Mr. Speaker.
All right,
You
let's make
cannot
it,
do it.
leader of the executive, let's make it easy. Chair of chairs, this report is yours. Let's make it easy then for everyone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For the sake of peace and time, I withdraw this report.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you speak on item 2?
No, F2. Okay. Speaker, I'm talking now on F2. I just conclude that F1, you are withdrawing the report. So, I'm referring to the non-financial
Councillors,
annual report.
thank you.
Page
Thank you.
25.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Speaker, this is about the water recirculation project where 15 million rand is available, and this money was misspent. So that is why the Alderman Maluleka doesn't have any money, because every time every project is happening, they are starting a project and then they just go on to the next supplier without the first supplier being checked, without the first supplier being able to know what to do. So if you look at page 25, you will see that we spent 15 million rand, and this site has not even provided any water to the much needed people in Winterveld. Speaker, the delay was because Speaker, can I have a moment just to speak, because I'm interrupted by the very disrespectful EFF? Go for dinner, we don't mind. You can leave, we don't mind.
Okay.
Speaker?
Wait, councillors, you ask for a protection when it suits you. When I say keep quiet when someone is speaking, you are not interested to keep quiet. But you've got a nerve to say I must protect you whenever you are speaking, when other people are speaking. And stop shouting at me. Continue, Council. You want my protection? Stop shouting at me.
Speaker, it is the access of water. It's in sections 26 in the Constitution of South Africa.
Sorry, Council. Let me come back to you. Deputy Chief.
We request a 10 minutes caucus.
10 minutes caucus is granted. I'm on a lady. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we then take our seats? Masihlale phansi sibambe umthetho. Councillors, let's come back to the meeting. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know where is he. Can we all sit down, please, and ask the Deputy Chief Whip to give us a feedback on the caucus? Henderson. Councillor Marishani, please give us a feedback. Okay. Deputy Chief Whip. It's either. Councillor Marishane, Deputy Chief Whip, please. Okay, thank you very much. Let's allow the Deputy Chief Whip to indulge us with the feedback.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We have had a discussion amongst ourselves. We have found each other. We have agreed that we are processing MPEG legislated reports. The Chair of Chairs will clarify, and then we can then adjourn the meeting. And then we will further have a discussion on how we're going to proceed on with the other items.
Thank you very much. Let me tell you this. Can you all listen? Nihlakaniphe kakhulu. Yazi nihlakaniphe too much. Every time xa kufuneka kupostpone i-meeting, you cut my reports, all the reports from the office of the Speaker. You say we must move them to another meeting. My reports. Yabona ke uba if ndiyavuma kuloo nto, yima wait if andikavuze zami ezi reports, if ndiyavuma kuloo nto, next council meeting I postpone zonke ze-executive, because what you are doing is not fair. Every time when we have to cut off the meeting, we need to negotiate the chairpersons of Section 79. Then the next thing, you go out in media to say Section 79 is not working. Today, almost all committees, they've submitted reports. We've got 43 reports for the first time from Section 79. And now you are saying we must go home. You must think again, because I'm here, Deputy Chief Whip, until 12. We are going to deal with this report. Next time, I don't want to have a backlog of the reports. I don't want to do that. We are here. You drag this meeting. Ngabom, ngokunokwenu. We should have been gone long time ago if you were not dragging this meeting. Oh, next time, umayor will postpone ezakhe reports. We can't continue like this. Nidelela too much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's move on to item H from the Section 79 Standing Committee, Public Accounts, 7th March 2025. First item, group. Yes, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I've asked that these items be dealt with in committee, Speaker, due to the confidential nature of them. Please.
Not all of them that are in committee, Chair of Chairs, which is H1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are not in committee. Then 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
They are in committee.
Okay.
So this one that I'm starting with, they are not in committee. So we are in item H. No, we are doing the MPEC report, every report, and the in-committee, we are doing them today, then we go home. We are dealing with the MPEC reports, then we do the in-committee, then we are go home. That is my decision. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Group Financial Services Department, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003. 1. In-year financial report, monthly and quarter 2 budget statement for the period ending 31st December. 2. Budget statement for the period ending 31st December 2024, mid-year budget assessment. This report is on page 5 to page 47, and recommendations are on page 13, as recommended. Group Financial Services, Supply Chain Management Division. Deviation report approved for first quarter of 2004 to 2024 to 205, financial year 2025 financial year, in terms of supply chain management regulation 36 of Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003. This report is on page 48 to 51. Recommendations are on 51 as recommended. 3. Group Financial Services, Supply Chain Management Division, Supply Chain Management Performance Report for the first quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 52 to 145. Recommendations are on 145. As recommended. Group Financial Services Department, Bulk Service, ESCOM and Water Board Monthly Report 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 146 to page 165, recommendation 150. As recommended. 5. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act, Section 52D, Quarter 2 Report, and Section 72 Mid-Year Performance Assessment Report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. This page 166 to 529. Recommendations are on 201. As recommended. Thank you very much. Confidential matters. Honorable Councillors, in terms of Section 42 of the Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called for, the Executive Mayor or Chair of Chairs may at any time move that the Council resolve itself into committee for consideration of items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such motion. In accordance with Section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for Council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee, and only the reasons thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When Council then resolve itself in committee, all members of the public, the media, and the officials, except those officials required by the Speaker to stay, must leave the Council chamber. In accordance with Section 42(9) of the Rules and Orders, the resolution of the item considered into committee need to be announced not to be announced in the open council if such matter is a staffing matter. Honorable Councillors, these items are not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidentiality nature thereof, and was distributed to councillors on a link via email address. The Chair of Chairs did propose that these reports be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of Section 42(3) of Rules and Orders, allow the Chair of Chairs to speak on the reasons for the Council to resolve itself in committee. Chair of Chairs.
Speaker, thank you very much. As I've asked that we deal with these reports in committee due to the nature of them. Obviously, there are names here, and it touches more of personal issues. So I will ask that we deal with them in committee, sir.
Thanks, Speaker. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I will now call all the guests, the media, everybody that is not supposed to be part of this in-committee meeting to leave the building. Leave the chamber.